Warning: Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
We've talked about many topics. Let's now discuss your 7-point plan. And is it realistic? I mean, one of the things that you're talking about is paying African Americans for slavery.
Yes, sir.
Now, the President of the United States, how many presidents did it take to apologize for slavery? You have to know that that's not realistic. Reparations, it won't happen.
Well, sir, the Japanese were paid reparations. The people who are called Jews were paid reparations. Some of our brothers and sisters of the indigenous people who are called by the white man Indians, some of our brothers and sisters were paid reparations. And we can never say that it is unrealistic. It is a goal. It is a platform. It is a just demand against our oppressors and those who indeed owe us to repair the damage. So because you feel that it is unrealistic is not reason enough that the youth would take it from the 7-point program of action.
What it do, family and friends? Welcome back to the Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you hit that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the head, to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description, go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations, as well as hit the link to the Telegram, join the Telegram group so that you can help circumvent this shadow banning that PukeTube has been doing to the new black media. With that being said, family and friends, excuse me for stumbling over my opening spew there. Something I'm going to show you later on is it had me snickering. It had me laugh a little bit. You know what I mean? But I had to get through it. And when you see it, you'll laugh too. Don't worry. It's good. And when I say it's good, it's really good. Now, family, today we're here to talk a little business. We got to talk this business because a lot of folks, they're running around here nowadays. They're trying to pretend to be foundational Black Americans. They try to basically get on everything that we're talking about and throw a monkey wrench in it. Whether it's reparations, whether it's a transformative Black agenda, whether it is, god dang it, an anti-Black hate crime bill. You have a bunch of tethers pretending to be us standing in the way. Okay? But, however, it's not just the tethers. And I want to make it very, very clear that it's not just the tethers. Your lamestream media is trying to find new ways in order to interject themselves into this reparation conversations as well, and try to make, once again, an all tide, what is a tide lifts all boat, high tides lift all boat situation. And we're not here for any of that at all. First and foremost, we're going to go over this article that I came across from Medium. And we're going to go through it. We're going to break it down. And we're going to basically dissect it. But just let it be known, spoiler alert, for all y'all who thought that $40 trillion was too much when we're speaking about reparations and the bill that I wrote, just know that after today's broadcast, that will be the last time you see $40 trillion on that reparations bill that I wrote. After today, the bill goes up to, as you saw on the thumbnail, $100 trillion. Period. With the information that I'm about to bring you here today, there's no excuse for us not to have at least as a starting point, $100 trillion on the table. But with that being said, before we start off, you know what we got to do? Got to scroll on up and Give my B1 salute. Got to give a certified B1 salute. Shalom to Austin Kelch. Thank you for being here, as well as Andrea Jones, Reparations Nations, Aquarius Minded, Black RU, our good sister Hurricane Nisi, Otch is in the building. Also, a B1 salute and a major thank you to our sister Hurricane Nisi for being a member for 8 months. Going long and going strong. Much love to you, my good sister. Our brother AO is in the building. Our sister Bad 72 is, of course, in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Lavelle Storm is in the building. Much love to you, family. Thank you for being here, as well as RBJ is in the building. Much love to you. Our brother Zavon Scott is in the building. Much love to you. And shout out to our sister Aquarius Minded, and thank you for being a member for 7 months. Much love to you. And she says, cut the check. Yes, cutting the check is exactly what we're here to demand. The larger check this time. Y'all should have just went along and put the reparations on the table when the bill said 40. Now you're going to have to pay a lot more than that. Shout out to our brother William Aaron in the building. Our brother Antithesis is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Our brother Tatum Man is in the building, as well as our brother John Son. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Randall Robinson is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, as well as Taste and Teas with Tony is in the building. Much love to you, my sister. Thank you for being here. JVB Boy is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, as well as our sister Simple is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Master Jeep is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Our sister Angelic is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, my good sister. Solon King is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. And I don't know if I said, but our brother Zavon Scott is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. The cultural superpower is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Nitro 215 as well is in the building, as well as our sister Tampa Bay in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. And for everybody who's not in the chat, much love to you. And for everybody who's going to catch this on the playback, much love to you, and thank you for being here. And I got to give a special shout out to our sister Black Spider. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well, my sister. Now, family, we got to touch on this article. Let's go here, family. Let's start it out. Let's get it going. New reports. Employers in the United States, the USA, have stolen over $50 trillion from workers since 1975. Shout out to our sister Anita Harrell in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. Let's get into this article here. They're calling this the Great Heist. Ladies and gentlemen, the Great Heist. How employers have stolen over $50 trillion from workers since 1975. Family, I want you to understand something. Before we even get into this article, they're talking about from 1975 to 2025. That is a 50-year period. So they're basically saying that $1 trillion per year was stolen from the American workforce. $50 trillion. So let's just leave that on the wall, put a pin in it, because we're going to get back to that. The largest theft in American history isn't happening in banks or jewelry stores. First and foremost, let's stop there for a second. The largest theft in American history isn't happening in banks or jewelry stores. Well, family, number one, this isn't the largest theft in American history. Now, is it, family? Put a one in the chat. Matter of fact, no. To who the first person who names the largest theft in American history, I'm going to put it on the screen. What is the largest theft in American history? And shout out to our sister Cooking with Miss D in the building. Much love to you. What is the largest theft in American history? Our ancestors, there we go, chattel slavery, our free labor. Our free labor is the largest theft to ever take place in the United States of America. So the first line of this article automatically shows you where they're going with this and what the mind frame of the writer is. Very important to call that out. Now, let's continue. It's happening in offices, factories, restaurants, and construction sites across the country where employees have systematically stolen, have systematically stolen over 50 trillion from workers since 1975. Notice how it's using the term systematically. There's only one group of people in these American streets who have been stolen from systematically. Let's be very clear about that. Foundational Black Americans are the only people who have been stolen from systematically, using laws, banks, hospitals, real estate. In every area where these people control, we have been systematically deprived and oppressed. So it's very interesting to me that the writer of this article decided to use this word particularly, because it isn't systematic when your goddamn bosses are stealing from you. That's not the same thing. Shout out to our good brother Breeze Omega in the building. As he said, all 9 areas of human activity, we are targeted, oppressed, and held back systematically. Shout out to our sister Donna C in the building. Let's continue. This isn't hyperbole. It's the documented result of decades of wage suppression, productivity theft, and the deliberate transfer of wealth from workers to corporate owners. No. We're not going to do that. We are not going to do that. You are not going to take the racial wealth gap and try to turn it into a class wealth gap. We're not doing that at all. I don't know who they think that they were going to be convincing with this article, but all you did was light another fire under my ass. And that's not where you want to be lighting a fire. I'm going to tell you that right now. The 50 trillion theft. Breaking down the numbers. The scale of this theft becomes clearer when you examine, when examining multiple forms of wage suppression that have operated simultaneously for nearly 5 decades. The productivity wage gap. Nope. See what they're doing? They keep on trying to make this about a wage gap, a gap in itself. Of course, corporations are going to make more money than anybody working for the corporation. Let's be very clear about that. But when you look at systemic situations in our categories, when you're talking about the racial wealth gap in our categories, you can't look at the medium income of foundational Black Americans versus the median income of the Nabiscos and then turn around and say, yeah, that's about right. No, you can't do that because the systems that are in place has made it in the way where we as foundational Black Americans fall behind the average Nabisco, the poorest Nabisco. But when you're talking about somebody who works for a company, nobody who works for a company should expect to make as much money as the company does. Why? Because of the fact, my grandfather used to say this all the damn time. When you work for somebody, you're making them rich. You work hard to make them rich. They don't work hard to make you rich. And that's why you should go and start your business as soon as you have an idea for one. And I took that straight to heart because that's what it is. You cannot go to McDonald's, get a job, and expect as a cashier to make as much money as the company. You're the cashier. You get paid as a cashier. So trying to group all of this together, the productivity wage gap, get the hell out of here. There was no other wage gaps. There was no other gaps before we started calling out the racial wealth gap. Makes no sense at all. Shout out to C. Phillips in the building. Much love to you, as well as always Bet on Black in the building. My sister, thank you for being here. Much love to you, as well as our brother Maneuver is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Let's continue. Okay, where are we? All right, here we go. The most dramatic evidence comes from the productivity wage gap document by the Economic Policy Institute. It's just so happened, they just so happen to have an Economic Policy Institute that says, you know what? Let's look into the productivity wage gap. All right. From 1979 to 2021, worker productivity grew by 64.6%, while hourly compensation grew by only 17.3%. This means workers are producing nearly twice as much value per hour as they did in 1979, but seeing almost none of that increase in their paychecks. Shout out to our good brother Black Truth United for being here, and also for your Cash App. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my brother. If wages have kept pace with productivity, the average worker would earn approximately $42 per hour today instead of around 23. The Economic Policy Institute estimates this gap costs workers $2.2 trillion per year in lost wages. Really? Oh, y'all can get the numbers on this. But when we're talking about reparations, oh, it's too big to fathom. It's too big to calculate. And I agree with that. It is too big to calculate. And that's why we should start with 100 trillion and just keep on going. Every need we need should be addressed. Let's be very clear about that. In the very same way that y'all just gave Native Americans a blank check, y'all should be giving us a blank check as well for the builders of this economy, country. Cumulatively since 1975, this amount to well over 50 trillion in stolen productivity gains. Stolen productivity gains. How is it stealing from anybody when they signed on to make $15 an hour? They signed on to make $23 an hour. Wherever you go, you can negotiate your labor. And if they're not paying you what you're worth, you can leave. It is not the same thing as foundational Black Americans building the country from scratch and not being paid for it. And they couldn't leave. We couldn't leave. We have to sit on those plantations until we fought for our freedoms. Let's be very clear about that. This shouldn't even be a conversation, to be honest with you. But we got to go over it because, like I said, the Nabiscos think they slick, but you're not slick. If anything, you're dumb as hell, and you're trying to push stupidity on the rest of us. We're not going to allow any of the idiocracy to spread. Shout out to Yagua. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. Labor shrinking shares, trillions redistributed to capital. Federal Reserve and Bureau of Labor Statistic data reveals another dimension of this theft. Labor shares of national income has declined from approximately 63% in the mid-20th century to just 56 today, while corporate profits have soared. This 7 percentage point shift in the multi-trillion-dollar economy represents trillions of dollars redirected from workers' paychecks to corporate shareholders and executives. Well, family, how many of these people sign on and they receive stock benefits when they sign on? The average business does not, and I repeat, does not give the average worker stock options. Either you have to be working in the executive branches, you have to be working as administrators, or you got to purchase your own stock options. Really isn't stock options. You have to purchase your own stock of the company if you want to get in on the stock. The way that they're doing this and the way that they're trying to word this whole damn article is as if general workers are owed these things, and they're not. When you sign on to be an employee, you're an employee. Whatever you signed on for in your contract is what you get. So if you negotiate $42 an hour, you'll get $42 an hour. If you negotiate stock options, you'll get stock options. None of these things are owed to anyone if you're working in the lower levels of any business. I've never seen it. I've never seen it. I've never seen anybody say, hey, you know what? I started out as a cashier at McDonald's. And, by the time I was done, I made my way up to manager. And, I've gotten some stock options. No, you don't get that. And I've never seen it. So why are they talking as if it's a necessity? It's something that it's supposed to be happening. Shout out to Hebrew Native in the building. Much love to you, my brother. Let's continue. As well as shout out to you, the homecoming. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. What was that? The Rand Corporation smoking gun. A 2020 Rand Corporation study provided perhaps the most damning evidence of systematic wealth theft. Every time I read this right here, systematic wealth theft, it just goes right back to the only people that's been systematically deprived of wealth is foundational Black Americans. I'm going to keep on hammering that home. Researchers found that if incomes growth since 1975 have been as equitable as in previous decades, wait a second. No. In previous decades, it wasn't about equity to anybody who was workers. Everything was just cheaper. Let me say that again. It wasn't about equity in the past. Everything was just cheaper. So people were able to keep more of their money in their pockets. Shout out to Cooking with Miss D. She said, I don't want to hear that BS because they have our money. Exactly. Shout out to our sister Empress Latesse in the building. Much love to you, my sister. Thank you for being here. Let's continue. The median full-time worker. The median full-time worker would earn approximately $92,000 annually instead of around $50,000. The cumulative gap for all workers exceed 50 trillion in suppressed wages. Notice how they keep on throwing out this 50 trillion. When you add it all up, it's 50 trillion. Direct wage theft, the tip of the iceberg. Is it the tip of the iceberg? If it's the tip of the iceberg, then foundational Black Americans are theft, though wealth that was stolen from us must be the remaining piece of the iceberg that's under the water. And you know what they say. If you just see the tip of the iceberg, that means the iceberg that's underneath water that you don't see, yeah, that's about 5 to 10 times bigger than the tip. Pause. While the productivity wage gap represents the largest component of theft, direct wealth, While the productivity wage gap represents the largest component of theft, direct wage theft, employers literally stealing wages already earned adds billions more to the total. This includes 15 billion stolen annually through minimum wage violations, unpaid overtime, off the clock work, and tip theft. Family, I could have swore that these are all things that you can actually go to the labor board for. And the labor board filing a complaint against the labor board when the company owes you money for any of these things: wage violations, unpaid overtime, off the clock work, and tip theft. You can hit the labor board, and if the company does not pay you by the time the labor board gets back to them, oh, they have to pay you double for every day it took to get your money. So what are these people talking about? It's not the same as, depriving foundational Black Americans from our damn money that's owed to us, stealing land, stealing our wealth from our bank, our Freedmen's Bank, stealing our wealth through overcharging us. If you have not read the book, and I want to make sure I get this brother's name correct, because it's very important that those who have not read this book go and download it, read it. You can get it on Audible. The name of the book is The Black Tax: The Cost of Being Black in America. I speak about this book often. It's written by a brother named Sean D. Rochester. Once again, the name of the book is The Black Tax: The Cost of Being Black in America. And it is written by Sean D. Rochester. If you have not read that book, go and get that book and read it, or download it on Audible and listen to it. That book is so comprehensive when breaking down every area of human activity and how they steal from us in those areas. Whether it's you going to purchase a house, going to purchase a car, going to the doctor, the dentist, in every area, it is systematically put on us as the oppressive. The oppression is put onto us. This here, what we're reading right here, this is not the same damn thing. So when they say 15 billion stolen annually, and then they go and name off minimum wage violations, unpaid overtime, off the clock work, and tip theft, all of those things, you can call the labor board, and the labor board will fight on your behalf to make sure you get your money. And if they have to do that, then the company must pay double for every day it took to get it. We don't have a labor board as foundational Black Americans for the wealth that was stolen from us, from the land that was stolen from us, from the businesses that was burned down and taken from us. Oh, family, when I say they lit a fire under my ass, I am not joking. It's like somebody saw me sitting at a park bench and they started kindling a fire right under the park bench. I had to jump up like, oh my God, oh, it's time. Let me go. Let me go. Shout out to our brother Christopher Ellis in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, my good brother. At least 4 million workers are illegally underpaid each year. So why aren't they going to the labor board about that? If a person's allowing their company to steal from them, the company that they work for, to steal from them, and they haven't hit the labor board, then you deserve to be stolen from. I'm just going to say. Because there are many channels that these people can use as employees to get their money. Losing an average of $3,000 to $3,500 annually. In Los Angeles fast food restaurants alone, 1 in 4 workers are illegally paid below minimum wage. Well, who are those workers? Who are those workers who are being paid under minimum wage? Let me think. Let me think. The illegals? Oh, yes, that's right. It's the damn illegals who come here and undercut American wages. I've done several broadcasts where I brought up all the different studies that shows how illegal immigration, and not just illegal immigration, but immigration overall, it hinders American citizens. To be more specific, it hinders foundational Black Americans. There are over 20 studies out that says the exact same thing. So they're trying to be deliberately deceitful by saying in Los Angeles fast food restaurants alone, 1 in 4 workers are illegally paid. Well, who's the 1 in the 4? Are the other 3 American citizens? Because if the other 3 are American citizens, then the 1 shouldn't even be there getting paid in the first damn place. So whose fault is that? Jeez. Costing each victim, all of a sudden they're victims. Oh, when we talk about reparations, why you guys just want to be the victim? Oh, but when you're talking about everybody else, all of a sudden it's victims. Oh, no. If you don't want us calling ourselves victims, you can't go around calling people who haven't experienced a third, not even a third, let's say a 0.0003% of what we've experienced here in America. You can't call them victims, especially when they made the conscious decision to come to a country when they saw how the country was treating us here. That's not a victim. That's a person who made a decision. Shout out to Ladies B Corner in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Let's get back into it, family. Hold on. Got to pull this down for a second. It's starting to jump. Let's give it a hot minute, a hot second. Family, I'm just saying, they're saying things that make absolutely no sense. All right. Costing each victim an average of $3,500 annually. In Western New York, 1,900 employers withheld $17.1 million from 23,613 workers over a single decade. Notice that they keep on naming states that have sanctuary cities in them. First Los Angeles, and now New York. Like I said, this article is being deliberately deceitful. Shout out to our sister Shun C in the building. By claiming everyone's been robbed, the argument tries to make wealth theft a universal grievance rather than a targeted racial harm. Thank you for that comment, sister. And that's why we're doing this here today. That's why the business must be handled like nobody else's business, because it isn't nobody else's business. It is imperative that this is called out. Shout out to our sister Anita Harrell. She said, yes, church, they're not victims, but volunteers. Exactly. They're volunteers. They got the patch on over their chest with their name on it. It says, hi, my name is, and at the bottom it says volunteer in the little blue box. Yeah, that's what they are. Absolutely. Exactly. They pull out the welcome app for these illegals and then turn around, do articles like this. Shout out to our good brother, Kid Gravity and Beyond in the building. Much love to you, my good brother. Thank you for being here. Let's continue, shall we? 50 plus billion in total wage theft annually. When including all forms of wage violations, according to Economic Policy Institute estimates. The direct theft adds over 2 trillion to the cumulative total since 1975. Let's continue. The mechanisms of theft. This massive wealth transfer didn't happen by accident, you don't say. I mean, people know the jobs that they signed up for. You know, people know what the wage is because they put it on your contract when you sign on. And for those who don't have contracts, people who just do applications, they tend to write down. That's why they ask you, what are you looking to get in your wage? What is your thoughts on the wage? Oh, I'm willing to take like $16. They write down $16 on your contract. I mean, on your application. I know, because when I was younger, my very first job was McDonald's. And they asked me then, back when minimum wage in California was $7.25. How much are you looking to get? And I said $7.25. That's minimum wage, $7.25. And the manager clicked his pen and wrote $7.25 on the application. Later, in the couple of months later, I was talking with some of my fellow employees, and I asked them, how much you get paid an hour? Oh, I get paid $8. And I'm like, wait a second, you only been working here 2 weeks. How the hell you get $8? Well, the manager asked me what I wanted. I said $8. They gave me $8. So I lowballed myself. But I digress. They will ask you, what are you looking to make? Now, if you don't tell them what you're looking to make, that's on you. Just like it was on me when I, screwed myself out of 75 cents. Let's be very clear about this. There's no system in place that made me take or say $7.25. Except the fact that I didn't know my own work. That was my own system, apparently. Shout out to our brother Retro Gemini in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. Exactly, my sister Bad. Exactly. It's negotiable. All wages are negotiable. And if you're working at a company and your wages have become stagnant, because even though I started out with $7.25, by the time I left McDonald's, it was almost 6 months later, I was up to what, $7.75? Because I was working my way up the ladder. And I only left because I ain't gonna say I was a young brother who didn't take no shit, but that was basically the case. You're not gonna talk to me like I don't know what I'm doing here when I'm doing it just the way you told me to do it. I'm doing the job the way you told me. And then you want to talk to us because we're younger, talk to us like we're not doing the job that you told us to do. So yeah, I wasn't one of those type of people to just let that slide roll off my back. I left, and then I went and got a job at Eddie Bauer. But I digress. Look, I'm having flashbacks because of it. Everything is negotiable. Kid, take a 40-piece nugget as the difference. Nah, buddy. One thing about McDonald's I learned early. I don't drink, I don't eat McDonald's. I don't drink nothing from McDonald's. Those nuggets, no. I've had no. Anytime you see a plaque that says our products may cause cancer, I was done at that part. Really, I really didn't want to work there, but a brother needed a job. All right, let's continue. It results from deliberate policy choices and corporate strategy. Wait a second. No, the only thing that really stems from deliberate policy choices is not giving us our reparations. That's a policy choice. A person not knowing their worth to say, oh, my wage has become stagnant. If you guys aren't going to give me a raise, I got to find another job. If you don't know to say that, or you don't know how to say that, or you just don't care to say that, it isn't a result of deliberate policy change or corporate strategy. Research from Harvard and the University of Washington shows that declining unionization, accounts for 1/3 of the rise in wage inequality. So you're saying because people stop unionizing? Whose fault is that? This is my point. All of the stuff that this damn article is bringing up is mostly personal choice. Because they can't stop you from being a union. You can unionize if you want to unionize. And if they go to stop you, then everybody just walk the hell out. But everybody got to be on the same accord. Everybody has to stand on the same square about their benefits. We see this all the time. You look at what's happening over there at Amazon, where people was doing all of these impromptu unions. They were just coming out of nowhere saying we're now the union of Amazon. And if you're not going to pay us what we need, we're going to walk off. And many of them just walked off. Let's continue. Union members fell from 35% in the 1950s to just 10% today. Eliminating workers' primary tool for capturing productivity gains. Corporate profit maximization. Corporate profits as a share of GDP have doubled since the 1970s, while workers' wages stagnated. And again, and I hate to just keep hammering this home, but that's a personal choice. If they're not going to their boss and saying, hey, I need another $1.25 on my paycheck every hour in order for you to keep me, if not, I'll go find another job that's willing to pay me that. If you're not doing that, then that's on you. I doubt anybody in this chat here today will work for any company for peanuts. And I doubt that if you were working for a company and you started out, let's say, with $20 and it's been 10 years and you still making $20, I doubt that anybody here would have a problem going to their boss and saying, hey, I ain't had a raise in 10 years or 20 years or whatever. I need a raise. You know, the cost of living is going up, right? We're not going to keep that damn job. if the job isn't taking care of the things that need to be paid for. I got rent, a mortgage, electricity bills, phone bills, water bills, trash bills. Some people pay a gardener. And you expect me to just stay at $20 and I've been here all this time? And I can guarantee you, if you've been there all that time, you're going to see other people around you getting raises. It's just you that isn't getting the raise. And in those cases, you tend to have to give these people an ultimatum. Hey, pay me what you owe me, or pay me what I'm worth. Are you going to have to find somebody else to do my job? And if they start talking all this, give us about a week to think about it. Nope, it's here and now. In the words of our good brother Luther Vandross, here and now. I promise to walk out that door. Walk out the door. Because all they're going to do is take that week to try to find somebody to replace you. Or they'll send somebody in for you to train, and then that person will take your job. Anybody tell me if I'm telling lies? There's enough people in this chat that have worked enough jobs, I'm pretty sure, in between all of us here today. We probably done worked over 200 jobs, and I'm being modest. Companies that once shared productivity gains with workers through higher wages now captures those gains entirely as profit for shareholders and executives. Well, maybe you should leave that job and go find you another job so you can actually make profits. That's just my opinion. Regulatory capture and weak enforcement. Labor investor staffing has hit a 52-year low, with just 611 investigators for 165 million workers, one investigator per 278,000 workers. This deliberate understaffing ensures that wage theft goes unpunished and employers face minimum consequences for violations. No, that's not the case at all. That just means that it may take some time to get to your case, but once they get to your case, guess what happens? You're paid double for whatever time it took to get to your case. All you have to do is file the report, and they're going to have to pay you double from the date that you filed the report. Let's be very clear about that. The real world impact. Oh, the real world impact. Let's get into that. Let's see what it has. Let me take off my... There we go. That's much better. All right. This isn't just an abstract economic debate. It's about millions of families struggling to survive while corporate profits soar. What about the millions of foundational Black American families struggling to survive, who are owed a debt in this country, while the United States is giving millions upon billions to every Juan, Jose, and Jorge that touched down on this land? What about us? Housing crisis, which impacts and affects who the most? I digress. If wages had kept pace with productivity, median workers would have earned $84,000 annually instead of $42,000, making housing affordable for millions more families. Healthcare bankruptcy. The $42,000 in annual income stolen from the median workers would cover health insurance premiums and medical expenses for most families. They don't talk like this about reparations. And now that I'm reading this over, everything, it looks like this writer, whoever wrote this, the author of this, must have read The Black Tax, The Cost of Being Black in America by Sean D. Rochester, and took some of his points. Because in every freaking area that they're listing here, it was spoken about in the book. Educational debt. Workers losing $3,000 to $3,500 annually to direct wage theft could pay for college tuition and vocational training instead of going into debt. Does it seem like this article is making a case for reparations for workers? Does it seem like this article is making a case that workers should get reparations? It sure sounds like it to me. They're trying to, damn reparations for foundational Black Americans. We need class reparations. It's what it sounds like to me. Family, put a 1 in the chat if it sounds like they're trying to advocate for class reparations. Shout out to our sister Bad, said America would not have economic wealth that it does if it were not for my lineage. So cut the check. Absolutely. Absolutely, my sister. And shout out to the ears that hear the truth. Thank you for your Cash App donation, family. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always. Keep speaking the truth. No worry, sister. Like I said, they got dang it, put a fire under me. Like they was trying to cook and eat me like it was back in the day. And I ain't having it. Shout out to our brother Leonard Yuta in the building. Much love to you. As well as Janetta, thank you for being here, family. Much love to you, my sister. Thank you for being here again. All right, we got ones all across the board. Okay. So it isn't just me. Good. Retirement security. The $50 trillion stolen from workers since 1975 would have provided retirement security for an entire generation. I sure wish they would talk about reparations for foundational Black Americans like this. Shout out to our sister Val Hawkins in the building. Much love to you. As well as Ramisha. What? Hold on. Rashima Rice. Much love to you. I hope I said your name right. If I didn't, hold it to my head, not my heart. All right. Let's get into this. The current enforcement system is designed to enable theft, not prevent it. While property crimes worth millions, receive massive law enforcement attention, wage theft worth tens of billions goes largely ignored. I wish this person would have put their source. Let me see here. Yeah, they're going to need to source some stuff because that just sounds stupid. Understaffed agencies. Some states have just one investigator for every 500,000 workers. I need to see the stats on that. I need to see the sources on that. One person for every 500,000? Really? I doubt that highly. Weak penalties. Employers often face penalties less than what they saved by stealing wages, making theft profitable. That's not true at all. Because, like I said, if you're caught doing these things, the labor board will make you pay double for every day from the day that the complaint started to the day that they got you your check. So that is a huge penalty. I called the labor board at one point, and the company didn't pay me until the labor board got involved. And once they got involved, they had a certain amount of time in order to pay me. Do you know they cut that check so damn quick? They cut that check so damn quick because they knew if they did not pay me and the labor board and the time ran out and the labor board had to actually step in, they were going to have to pay me double for every day. So they cut that check damn quick. That was the fastest check I ever seen cut in my life. It went just like this. I hit the labor board. The labor board sent the complaint over to them. The very next day, they was calling me saying, "Hey, Lawrence, yeah, we got a check here for you. You want to come on up, or do you want us to send it out?" And I told them I'm on my way to come get my money. Now, I wish they would have waited so I could have got paid double, but I saw how quickly I got paid once that action took place, as soon as they sent the complaint to them. Retaliation. Up to 98% of low-wage workers subjected to forced arbitration never pursue stolen wages, knowing they'll face job loss and legal costs they can't afford. Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? Like I said, you have a whole goddamn organization, well, not even organization. The labor board is a federal branch of the government who fights for you in these type of situations. So if you're too scared to let them fight for you, if you're too scared to say, "Hey, you owe me money, and if you don't pay me my money, I'm gonna go to the labor board," if you're too afraid of retaliation instead of getting your money, that's on you. I am not here to be no punk. I'm here to work and get paid. And if you're not going to pay me, guess what? Then damn it, I'm not working. Damn being fired, I quit. And I'm going to the labor board. And I'm going to sue for a hostile work environment. And I'm going to go get me one of those lawyers that's going to take all the money on the back end instead of the front end. All of that is just excuses. Too afraid of retaliation. Okay, then go and get a lawyer. Let them retaliate. Go get a lawyer and sue them for wrongful termination. And then make sure you have a lawyer that takes all of his fees on the back end. And then you'll be straight. Go find you another job, wait until the court case is over, and then you'll be a millionaire. Well, I hope you would be a millionaire because I wouldn't sue for anything less than $1 million. Plus pain and suffering. My pain is the fact that I wasn't paid. My suffering is I was late on my goddamn mortgage payment and I lost my vehicle. Whatever the situation may have you. Minimum recovery. Only 1.5 billion in stolen wages were recovered between 2021 and 2023. You know why? Because I'm pretty sure most of these folks are illegals. That's probably why they are not reporting the fact that they're getting wages stolen from them, or really not stolen because you're illegal and you're under the table, and that's what happens under the table. That's probably why they don't go to the labor board and report it, because they know the labor board is a federal agency. Shalom and salute to our sister C. Terry in the building. Much love to you, my sister. Thank you for being here. Representing less than 1% of the estimated 150 plus billion stolen during that period. Corporate criminals. Major corporations appear repeatedly on wage violation list, treating theft as a business strategy. Like I said, who are the people that they're stealing from? Now, I don't doubt that corporations do some finagling, but god dang it, a lot of the times, like I said, it's the illegals because they know they can. And they know they'll get away with it. Shout out to our brother Wild Williams in the building. Much love to you, my good brother. Thank you for being here. AT&T, 34 different wage and hour violations totaling 140 million in penalties since 2000. Walmart, hundreds of millions in wage theft settlements. Notice, hundreds of millions in wage theft settlements. So those people were repaid. Systematic wage theft affecting hundreds of thousands of workers at Amazon. For these companies, major theft penalties are simply a cost of doing business, a small price to pay for stealing billions from workers. The bigger picture, class warfare. Didn't I say they're trying to make it about class reparations? The 50 trillion theft represents the largest unwarped transfer. Excuse me, give me a second. Okay. The 50 trillion theft represents the largest upward transfer of wealth in American history. Lies. Lies. It's not a bug in the system. It's a feature. Don't that sound like us saying white supremacy systematically affects foundational Black Americans, and it is a system that needs to be dismantled and replaced with a system of justice? It sounds like that's what they're trying to say here. Corporate America has successfully decoupled wages from productivity through union busting and political influence, captured regulatory agencies to ensure minimal enforcement. How did they capture How are they capturing regulatory agencies? You see, this article is just throwing a bunch of stuff out there, but it's not giving any type of statistics. It's not giving any type of resources. It's not giving anything to show that this is actually what's happening. Shifted national incomes, from workers to capital owners. Normalize wage theft as acceptable business practice. Like I said, they're just ignoring the fact that the labor board exists. Shalom to our brother Jesse Paris in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. The systematic theft has created unprecedented inequality, with the top 1% capturing nearly all productivity gains while working families struggle with stagnant wages despite producing more value than ever. Reclaiming what was stolen. The 50 trillion isn't inevitable. The 50 trillion theft isn't inevitable. I thought you said it already happened. Now you're saying it isn't inevitable. It's the result Sorry, family. Got a text. Distracted me for a second. It's the result of policy choices that can be reversed. Strengthen labor enforcement. Hire thousands of investigators. Impose criminal penalties for wage theft and protect workers who reported violations. Restore collective bargaining. Make union organizing easier and require employers to negotiate in good faith. Link wages to productivity. Implement policies ensuring workers share in the value they create. Well, if they want to share in the value they create, they would go and create a business or do something. Or buy into the stock. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't make sense that they keep saying that. You know what I mean? Shout out to D. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. Criminal penalties. Treat wage theft like the grand larceny it is, with prison sentences for repeat offenders. Wealth redistribution. Wealth redistribution. The only people that should be concerned about wealth redistribution is foundational Black Americans. That's it. That's all. That's it. That's all, because it is owed to us. Using progression taxation to reclaim some of the stolen wealth and investigate in public service that benefits workers. The crime of the century. The theft of 50 trillion from American workers since 1975 represents the largest property crime in world history. The largest property crime in world history. How so? They not only stole our labor, they stole our land, they stole our homes, they destroyed our businesses. But yet, 50 years and $50 trillion, you're saying it's the largest property crime in world's history. No. The largest property crime in world history is the theft of foundational Black Americans. That's it. That's all. It has impoverished millions, destroyed communities, and created a feudal economy where workers produce enormous wealth but receive subsidized wages. This isn't a natural economic phenomenon. Family, they're basically taking our argument for reparations and just slapping it on everybody in the class. That's basically what they did. They're taking all the arguments, and I'm pretty sure, like I said, I'm pretty sure this person read the damn book, The Black Tax, The Cost of Being Black in America by Sean D. Rochester, took all of his talking points and then threw it on there for class issues. And created a feudal economy where workers produce enormous wealth but receive subsidized wages. Oh, excuse me. It isn't a natural phenomenon. It's not a natural economic phenomenon. It's organized theft enabled by corrupt politicians, captured regulators, and a legal system that prioritize corporate profits over working rights. The evidence is overwhelming. Productivity gains that should have gone to workers have been systematically stolen by employers for nearly 5 decades. The time for polite economic debate is over. Excuse me? Excuse me? The time for polite economic debate is over? Since when has any of this ever been a thing? Nobody's out here talking about the productivity wealth gap. Nobody. They didn't start talking like this until we started talking about the racial wealth gap. That's it. American workers have been robbed of 50 trillion. And it's time to treat this theft with the seriousness it deserves. Nothing less than a complete restructuring. When we say we got to remove the system of white supremacy and replace it with a system of justice, is that what this person just said here? Nothing less than a complete restructuring of the economic power system will restore what has been stolen and prevent future theft on this scale. Okay, there are some sources. So I'm gonna have to read some of these sources. So let me I ain't gonna do that. I'll just come back here and read these sources later. Because I definitely got to check out whoever sourced this. But family, and this is it. Yeah, written by who? HR News. Award-winning journalism. Okay, HR News. But who wrote this? Who's the writer of this article? They didn't even put the name of the damn writer, the damn author of this article, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me. Of this article, ladies and gentlemen. They didn't even put a name. And you know what that means, family. 9 times out of the 10, this article was written by a damn dirty, musty tether. 9 times out of the 10, this article was written by a dirty, musty tether. Family, let's pull that 50 trillion off the wall, pull the pin out, and let's talk about it. If they're saying that American workers are owed $50 trillion for only 50 years, then bare minimum, we're owed at least 100 trillion. That's the bare minimum. Really, if you're going $1 trillion per year, it may be looking somewhere upwards of $300 trillion. So yeah, family, the bill, Uncle Sam, in case you ain't know, yeah, the bill has gone up. The bill has absolutely skyrocketed. Because when you look at the things that you guys do in this country for immigrants, when you look at the things that you guys do in this country for illegals, when you look at the things that you guys do for quote unquote asylum seekers, when you look at the things that you do for other countries, you got the money. But when you look at us, all of a sudden, we're going to break the economy. Well, since you say that all the time, let's really break the economy. Let's really break the economy since you think that it's going to do so. Because you guys don't have a problem with having money when it comes to everybody else. People come to this country knowing that they're going to get benefits. People come to this country knowing that they're going to get a leg up over foundational Black Americans as soon as they get here. And then after they've been here for however amount of time they've been here, then they start talking like they built the country and they built the wealth when all they did was come here and extract the wealth and send it back to their country. Shout out to Sean C. She says, the EPI wrote an article last year titled "More than 1.5 billion was stolen, in stolen labor, stolen wages recovered for workers between 2021 and 2023. None of our stuff has been recovered. But I digress. That's my point. They have avenues to make sure American workers are repaired when things like this happen, corporate or not. It's us that they turn their backs on. And while we're speaking about these folks coming to the country, getting every opportunity afforded to them, getting money, housing, clothing, and all this other stuff given to them off the tax dollars of us. Since we're talking about that, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about what's going on in New York. Now, I'm not going to go too deep into this because when our sister Brooke is on the broadcast on Tuesday, we're going to get into this further. We're going to get into it real deep. However, I'm going to touch on it because there's some things that have to be said. Zohran Mamdani, let's just call him Zohran Punjabi, has been selected to be the mayor of New York City. I'm going to say that one more time. Zoran Punjabi has been elected to be New York City's new mayor. And you know, the interesting thing that these folks have been trying to do is say, oh, the Black Americans went out and got him in the office, when that's not true at all. All the people that voted for that man were fellow tethers. People who came to the country. People who came to the country less than 5 years ago, less than 10 years ago, less than 15 years ago. It wasn't us. And that's why when the man went up there to do his acceptance speech, he made sure to leave us out of it. Then he also made sure to tell that blatant lie that New York was built by immigrants, maintained by immigrants, and now ran by an immigrant. Family, we know the history of New York City. We know the history of Wall Street. We know that foundational Black Americans were the first stocks on the Wall Street, the first bonds on the Wall Street. We know that foundational Black Americans build every aspect of New York, clearing canals, paving the roads. We know that New York was literally one of the biggest slaveholding states in the United States, and that's including in the South. It's like number 2. It was like the second largest state of slaveholders. Shout out to William Aaron. Oh, our brother got on the job. He said, here's your writer, Jonathan Blanks. I don't know. Shout out to Zvon Scott. He said, insane work trying to change history in front of our FBA eyes. Yeah, exactly. They're trying to erase the history of foundational Black Americans all over. And this is just another attempt in New York. Shout out to Anita. She says, so was Virginia, my state. You're absolutely correct. But let's go over here and hear what this Punjabi passion had to say.
New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant.
So that's what he had to say. Shout out to Noah Randall in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. Yeah, exactly. He sounds like AOC. Absolutely. Shout out to our sister C. Terry. She says, You could tell from the little shindig they had 2 nights before, the DJ he was up there with looked like they were in a Sean Paul's Give Me the Light video. I would have to agree. Shout out to our sister Bad 72 coming with the actual history on this. They didn't have enough Europeans in New Amsterdam, aka New York, in the early 1600s. That's why the Dutch West India Company imported slaves for hard labor. And that's also why the Statue of Liberty, really given by the French, represented the abolition of slavery. If you never seen the original Statue of Liberty, hold on, let me see if I can pull it up. Let me see if I can pull up the sketches of the original statue. Give me 1 second. Because the original Statue of Liberty was a black slave, was a black woman breaking her chains. Here we go. Let me see if I can get this here. Hold up. What's going on? There we go. Open it up. There we go. All right. This is the original mock-up of what the Statue of Liberty was supposed to be. Because of the white supremacists, the Nabiscos, who was afraid of antagonizing the South, they said, yeah, can you change it? Can you change it? Because we don't want to antagonize the South. We just literally went through this whole civil war with the South and it damn near broke us. And so the French went back. And changed the statue to what we see today. However, they left the chains on the feet of the Statue of Liberty to make sure people understood, let's go here, that it originally represented foundational Black Americans. Even the whole poem that was placed on it, give me your poor, your huddled masses, your people yearning to be free, that was added decades later. It was not an original. It didn't come with the Statue of Liberty. As a matter of fact, they were so upset at the fact that they had to change it. They created, hold on. Let me see if I got it here. Give me a second here. Give me a hot second. They created another statue. And this is it. Let's go here. Oh, did it stop sharing? Okay, my bad. It stopped sharing my screen. They created another statue. And here we go. This is it right here. Notice how she's still holding the lantern? Yeah. New York was built by the hands, the blood, sweat, and tears of foundational Black Americans, and you will never be able to take that away. No matter how many times you say New York was built by immigrants, tell me what the hell the immigrant did. besides sell his ass over here to Ellis Island. And you can't do that. Because when you asked, hey, okay, if they built it, what exactly did they do in order to build it? Oh well, they they did many of things. Name them. Give me a list of things that they did in order to build New York. Oh well, there was a lot of things that they did. No, all you're doing is bubbling, mumbling, and stumbling. Oh yeah, today is the day, family. We're not letting this go any further. And if you haven't watched our good brother Beatzilla, the Independent Voices page, a video that he did on the Statue of Liberty, go back and watch that video that he did. It is a phenomenal video. But this should have been the Statue of Liberty. I'm gonna be honest with you, the original's better. I would have preferred the black woman with her arms in the air, breaking the chains. That would have been fire. But if they had to change it, if they must have changed it, I would have preferred the one on the left rather than the one on the right. But while Mandani is running around here saying immigrants build America, we have to remember this is why the Democratic Party in itself is losing more and more of their base. And this is why a lot of Black Americans are softening their positions on Trump. Now, many of us still don't rock with him like that, but we understand that he's a tool. Because even the tool said it with his whole damn chest. Let's go here.
African Americans built this nation. We built this nation. African Americans built this nation. African Americans built this nation. African Americans built this nation. We built this nation. You know, you're just starting to get real credit for that.
There's a clip going around of Donald Trump talking about how great American innovation is. And everything that he named that America invented, it was a Black person that invented it.
This is a nation that invented the light bulb, the telegraph, the television, the telephone, the computer chip, the smartphone, the GPS, the integrated circuit, and even the internet. Basically, we invented everything.
GPS is a Black woman. 3D imaging is a Black woman. Laser eye surgery is a Black woman. Escalators a Black inventor. Elevators a Black inventor. The roller coaster is Granville T. Woods. Roller coaster, everything.
Internet, the cell phone.
The cell phone. I was just watching the thing on the cell phone. Our video games is Jerry Lawson in Silicon Valley. They try not to mention him, but he's the reason why we have Xbox.
African Americans built this nation.
Family? Like I said, the Democrats are losing their base because of the nonsensical rhetoric that they keep on pushing because they want us to be pro-immigration. If you remember, when Obama was in office, they were against immigration. They were against illegal immigration. Right? You never heard any Democrats saying immigrants built the country during Obama's time in office. You never heard any Democrats saying immigrants built the country when the saxophone playing wannabe black man Bill Clinton was in office. Shalom and salute to LaShawn Kidd in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, as well as last is now first. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. Name me another time that there was a Democrat in office before Obama where you heard immigrants built the country. You're not going to be able to do so. Now, you will hear people say we're a nation of immigrants, even though that's a lie. But you didn't start hearing immigrants built the country until Joe Biden got into office, until Hillary Clinton's failed campaign to become president. Tell me when I'm telling lies, and I'll shut the hell up. Nobody in the Democratic Party during the time of Obama, during the time of Bill Clinton, Jimmy Carter, or anybody else was saying this. But ever since Hillary lost, all of a sudden, now everybody is saying immigrants built the nation. Immigrants built the country. Immigrants built this state. Immigrants built that state. I'm glad we have a new black media to call out all the goddamn shenanigans and chicanery. Y'all are not about to sit here and give our legacy to a bunch of people that came to a country that was already well in place. Let's get to some of the family in the black grassroots, because you know what I do. I love to bring in the family and what is being said in the real streets about Mundani and what he said here. Let's start off with this brother.
Y'all know how these immigrants keep getting put in office? Because a whole lot of motherfucking illegal immigrants is able to fucking vote, which is illegal in America. But watch this video.
So you don't want my ID? How do you know it's me then?
We can look it up by manual.
I could just give you a fake name.
We can give you up by manual.
Signature, we check signatures.
Yeah, we're not,
So if you don't check,
not supposed to give you ID.
but if you don't check ID, how are you gonna know this is our signature?
Manual entry. No worries.
We have the signature.
What do you mean you're not supposed to take ID? Aren't there voter ID laws in place? What do you mean? Every single time I went to vote in Texas, well, I went to vote on policies, not, people. But every time I voted in Texas, they've ID'd me. In California, yeah, I don't remember getting ID'd. I just bring my voter registration card. But there are things in place that's supposed to stop illegals from voting. And having an identification card is one of those things. What does she mean we're not supposed to ask for ID? Who told you you're not supposed to ask for ID? Well, let's continue.
Show him when he signs. When he
When you
signs.
say first three letters of your last name?
You got it, right?
First three letters of your last name?
Yeah. I give you my ID. Why don't
I
you
know,
use
but
it?
just first three letters of your last name, sir.
Shit, you guys making this difficult.
We're not making it
This is very easy. This brother said you were making this very difficult. You see, I got my ID in my hand. Take my ID me, find my situation. But these will be the same people in the Democratic Party running around trying to convince us that illegals aren't voting. You need an ID. You need everything. You got all these things that they will tell you that has to take place in order for anybody to vote. But yet, somebody here is recording the fact that they're not using anything that is in place to keep illegals from voting. In the very same way that they said illegals wasn't getting driver's licenses. In the very same way that they said illegals isn't getting medical care. In the very same way they said illegals isn't getting food stamps, cash assistance, free housing. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Exactly, my sister. Fake driver's licenses, CDLs, and degrees. They're not taking black jobs. Until you see that tether superintendent. That's a black job. Shout out to Retro Gemini. Thank you for being here, and thank you for this comment, family. Funny how you claim to build a country that was already built from chattel slavery, but when a finger is pointed to their homelands, you can't point to anything significant they built. I agree with, hey, you know what? My good brother, on that note, where's the lie? Where is the lie? Let's get back into it.
Is he giving you his ID to look at?
No, I gave it to him.
Okay,
so you can
give it
use
to him.
So you
Give
can
it.
use
We're not supposed to
No, I
ask
am.
for
not
it.
supposed
But
to
I'm giving it to
I
you
know.
so that it's easy
You're
for you
absolutely
to.
right. You're absolutely
Because
right.
I could be somebody who just pretend to be somebody.
You're absolutely right.
I don't think
But
you want me
we're
to
not
pretend.
supposed to ask.
It
We're not
doesn't
supposed
matter.
to ask for identification.
How do you know it's the right person?
We have a signature on file.
I get it, but if I'm giving you my ID, it's so that you can verify for sure it's me.
I found him by his date of birth.
Who? Oh, you found him?
Yeah, by his date of birth.
That was on that table. I'm here now with this gentleman.
Start over. Go to manual entry. Put in his birthday. That's how I
Thank
found
you.
him.
Put in his date of birth.
Just trying to make it easy for you guys.
Understand, we were told.
I don't care what you were
you
told. I'm
are
making it
not
easier for you
allowed
guys.
to ask.
But I'm giving you guys my
If
ID,
you
so
put it in front of my face, I'm gonna take
I'm not
it.
gonna. Obviously, I'm not gonna do that. I'm telling you. Do you need my ID? Here's my ID. Take it. Use it. That's what it's for. Identification. To identify who I am, if I'm the right person or not.
Oh, no, wait. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but there-
8114.
Family, I'm going to be honest with you. Our sister Cooking with Miss D said Trump and Cuomo can sue New York. I would highly suggest that they do. They'll lose, but at least they'll be able to get discovery. And that way, they'll be able to look at who voted and who didn't, and who's citizens and who isn't. And this is, I know for a fact in New York that this is a thing because they passed the dang ordinance in New York saying that illegals was able to vote for the lower levels of government, such as, superintendent, I forget the other things, but basically on the lowest level of government, they're able to vote. And then the Supreme Court had to come back and say, hell no. That's against the Constitution. So, yeah, I would suggest that they do it. They might lose because it's a democratic state. However, they can appeal it and get it to the Supreme Court. See what happens. But it does need to be called out. They need to show, they need to get that discovery and show that they had a bunch of illegals just voting. That might just overturn Zoran Pajabi's whole situation as mayor. To be honest with you. And if that don't work, people can get together and do a recall. That's just my opinion in the situation. Let's go over here, family.
A lot of people think that the enslavement of African people was only down south. That's not true. The largest plantation in the 13 colonies at one point in history was in Brooklyn, New York. And you know that area down there, down by Battery Park, where they used to bring the ships into that area, the port. And they would dock the ships, and they would bring the Africans up out the ships, and they would walk them across to be sold. However, what they did was, because they couldn't sell all of them, they used to put them in different prisons along this particular path. And then they would march the Africans that they were ready to sell down the street. Down a street called Wall Street. Down into a place we today call the New York Stock Exchange. African people were the first stocks and bonds sold on the stock exchange. There's a movie by Bruce Willis that will show you the prisons that are underground the stock exchange building.
Shout out to our dear Grandmaster teacher, Dr. Kaba, for laying it the way that he only can. And I'm going to be honest with you. One of my favorite things about Dr. Kaba, when he's teaching, when he is doing his scholarly talk, he always make you feel warm and fuzzy inside, especially with the smile. He got that smile, you know what I mean? While he's in the middle of educating. Like, I know you don't know this, so let me give you this tidbit of information, but I'm doing it with love. Shout out to our Grandmaster teacher. Much love to him. Let's go here.
There's often an argument that slavery never existed in New York City. This sign shows that this is where the edge of the wall stood. This was the wall that kept, quote unquote, the Native Americans out. This was not only a barrier, but at the edge was where a market stood.
Shout out to our sister, Empress Latesse. I wish he would get up with the times and stop calling us Africans. You know what? I would too. I do too. I'm not going to lie. But I still understand where he's coming from, because Dr. Kaba also speaks about us as being indigenous to this land. But he's speaking as of the origins of civilizations and things like that. So I do understand what he's meaning, but I just wish that he would just, because Dr. Kaba is a very, very intelligent man. He's a very intelligent man. And he knows the history here in America. But he's still a Pan-African at the end of the day. And I don't take nothing away from him, because he don't try to, push that onto us as a lineage here, right? He will speak from his perspective, but he will not let people lie and say that we as the indigenous people wasn't here already before any Nabisco got here. So I give Dr. Kaba all the grace in the world for that alone. I know we're not Africans. You know we're not Africans. He knows we're not Africans, but he's speaking in the broader sense of all melanated peoples, especially all people in general, when it comes down to Africans. That's how I take it. I might be wrong. Yeah, he is a Pan-Africanist. That is one thing he is. Yeah, in general, he speaks. Absolutely. Absolutely. But like I said, much love to him, because I've heard him personally, I've heard him strike down the nonsense that we wasn't here. He made it very clear, like, yeah, no, there was melanated people all over the world. And he's not one of those Pan-Africans who dismiss scholarly work in order to big up Pan-Africans or Africa. So I can deal with a Pan-African like that. Don't push that stuff on me. Just, keep telling the truth and I can rock with you. But you ain't about to sit here and diminish what's been done here by us and where we started in order to big up a bunch of people who only want to come here and take our identity. But I digress. Let's get back to it.
Slave ships would have came in and slave trade would have existed, it was sold, and from that, either they were taken to different plantations or they were part of the larger Dutch West India Company that helped to create streets like we see Broad Street, which was actually the first street cut in New York City by Stuyvesant. Slave trade took place here directly on Wall Street.
So Kevin, we're now where Wall Street actually meets the East River. What's so important about this very site?
This is where the slave ships landed. This is where the slaves were brought in, and further in is where they were sold. And it shows how the city used them, how they monetized them, and how they built basically the city off their backs.
We're now in the East Village, and we're standing in front of a statue of Peter Stuyvesant. What does Peter Stuyvesant represent to you?
He helped to create one of the largest human trafficking systems on the face of the earth, and it happened right here on the Lower East Side. The chapel that we're standing next to was built by slave labor. The street that we're from was cut through by slave labor. Peter Stuyvesant was the individual that drove most of the political and racial direction of the Dutch West India Company on Lower Manhattan. He came in and took over an operation that was falling apart, and through might and blood put it into operation. The people that were here built companies that are still sustained to this day. The profits from slavery and all these other things are still incorporated into the monies that people are rethinking today. The discussion about history should be an open one, and we should be adult enough to handle it in our argument. But leaving people totally out of a history then makes everything that we're about, everything that this city's about, everything that we claim to be false.
Shout out to Empress Lattest. The Arab Muslims were just praying in mass on the ground at Times Square. Yeah, we're going to talk about that as well. I got so much compiled about those goddamn Muslims who all of a sudden got hella bold after Mudami got his little won his little election there. Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about that. We're gonna be talking about that. But like I said, we're gonna be doing it Tuesday when we have our good sister Brooke here, because we're gonna break some stuff down. It gotta be broken down. Much love to you, my sister. Thank you for this comment. Also, shout out to our sister Andrea Jones. We were the first and will definitely be the last standing. Absolutely, my sister. Shout out to JJ. Thank you for being here as well. Much love to you, family. Family, let's get over here.
I literally can't wait until these people stop gaslighting Black Americans, but I feel like that shit is just never gonna fucking happen. So there's all this controversy over New York, right? Because of Mondani's speech. We heard him list every damn body but Black Americans, and New York was built off the backs of Black Americans. And when I look in the comment sections, I see so many people who immigrated here from this, who immigrated to this country from other countries, right? And who are New Yorkers who live in New York, right? And they're like, oh, but New York is known for Ellis Island and da-da-da-da-da. And it's like, no, New York, first of all, New York was a colony that was established in the late 1600s, right? New York was a slave trading colony, okay? Again, New York was a slave trading colony. They abolished slavery before the South did, but they still participated in slavery, okay? Brooklyn had freaking auction blocks, okay? Brooklyn was one of the largest slave trading areas. They moved more people than places in the South did, okay? That's how much slave trading they were doing. They rivaled the South. Shipbuilding for the transatlantic slave trade is one of the things that built the New York economy. Many of the initial people who became wealthy off of participating in the slave trade in some form or fashion. Whether it was even them setting up a business to move products from the South, from the southern plantations to the North. Many of them had house servants. They didn't have whole fucking plantations and shit, but they had enslaved house servants. New York even has a place in Jim Crow history. They didn't have an established Jim Crow per se, okay? But they had the Cotton Club, which was all fucking white. They had the Astoria Hotel, which required Black people to enter through the service entry instead of the fucking front door. They had segregated boroughs. Even though we know that there was a great migration of Black Americans from the South to the North, there were Black Americans who had always been in New York and had been there since the late 1600s. The history of New York does not just begin with Ellis Island in the 1920s and 30s. Y'all are erasing 300 years of New York history, right? And that 300 years of New York history really doesn't involve y'all. Not to mention the role that New York played in the Underground Railroad for enslaved people who were following the North Star and fleeing through the North up into New York. Some stopped and stayed there, and some moved all the way up and through Canada. Very important meetings were held even for the Civil Rights for the Civil Rights Movement were held there as well. Okay, so to erase Black Americans, you had the Harlem Renaissance, right? To erase Black Americans, okay, and the history of how Black Americans built and shaped and molded New York is to not tell the truth about the history of New York and is erasure of Black American history, heritage, culture, and very important moments in time through history. It's a fact. New York had numerous huge free Black societies, free huge bourgeois, wealthy, aristocratic free Black societies. Very important, well-educated businessmen who assisted and helped the South in many different ways were in New York during Jim Crow. This is important shit. And here's the thing that gets me. Y'all will say all the time, Americans don't know anything about anybody else's country. Americans don't know nothing about this. Americans are so uneducated, but y'all literally come to a country, live in the country, and don't know the history of the place that you're at. You don't know the history of the place you are standing on. But you want to argue with everybody who's telling you, hey, well, wait a minute. Even the Statue of Liberty. The Statue of Liberty didn't come about because of immigration. The Statue of Liberty came about as a gift from France to commemorate the friendship between America and France, as well as to celebrate the centennial of the Declaration of Independence. That's why July 4th, 1776 is inscribed in Roman numerals on the tablet that Lady Liberty is holding, as well as to celebrate the abolishment of slavery, because the person who commissioned the piece was a huge anti-slavery abolitionist. This is why Lady Liberty has broken shackles on her ankles. The Lady of Liberty statue was delivered long before the boom of Ellis Island. But it got attached to immigration because it's the first thing that many of those Ellis Island immigrants seen as they were being welcomed into America. But you were being welcomed into America, the land of the free, because of what we did. Because of what... So to erase us from the history of anything is quite frankly un-American.
Did she lie? I would say she didn't. I would say she didn't. History would say she didn't. And foundational Black Americans all across the board would most likely say she didn't. Unless they're a tap dancing coon, buck dancer, Shout out to Cut the Check in the building. Like he said, we're not playing that game, dude. We're not. And also deport Mandani. I 100% agree on that. 100% agree. And not just deport Mandani. I'm going to need you to deport Mandani. I'm going to need you to deport Ilan Omar. I'm going to need you to deport that Somalian villain-looking dude. I don't know. I don't remember his name. Omar or whatever. I need him deported. I'm going to need a lot of these folks deported. I'm going to need AOC deported. Get them all out of here. Just get them all out of here. Beat active. The construction of the New York City skyscrapers, immigrants, not Black slaves, were primarily responsible for building New York City skyscrapers. Sir or madam, who are you lying to? Skyscrapers, regardless of whether or not slaves was able to build them, the foundation of them being built was still off of slave labor. Regardless of whether or not they built skyscrapers. And to be honest with you, to be very clear with you, it doesn't necessarily say that it was just immigrants building that skyscraper, right? Because you still had Blacks up there doing the damn job before those Ellis Islanders even got here. So what in the hell are you talking about? It's the same thing with the freaking bridges. What is it? I think it was the Brooklyn Bridge. And somebody was saying, oh, the Brooklyn Bridge was built by immigrants, the Ireland's, when that is false. In the very same way that they try to say the Chinese built the railroads and all this other stuff, and that's false. See, you people think that we don't know our history. But the fact of the matter is, you dummies don't know your history. Or you omit history. The fact of the matter is, foundational Black Americans have had their hand in every goddamn thing this country has built. Everything. And unless you can tell me exactly, you said skyscrapers. Okay. Even if I give you that, when did they start building skyscrapers? And when did they start bringing over immigrants in order to build skyscrapers? When was that the deliberate mindset of the Nabisco to say, let's bring in some immigrants to build skyscrapers? Or did they go out and get those jobs after foundational Black Americans was freed and they unionized in order to make sure the people with all the experience couldn't go get all the jobs? Make sure you write that quickly. Tell you, these folks don't know nothing, and you don't know nothing about this this man right here, because you're not just going to sit here and lie or omit information. Let's go over here, family. Exactly, Manu. Thank you. Let's get immigrants to build skyscrapers, even though they don't have skyscrapers where they're from. Orlando has taken a flight to HE double hockey stick. Shout out to you, my sister, Tampa Bay. Shout out to Andrea Jones. At one time, they wouldn't allow us to read, but we caught up. We are very intelligent people. And honestly, even when we couldn't read, we were more intelligent than most of these Nabiscos and most of these other folks. You have to be an intelligent person to say, okay, I'm going to braid your hair in the map, in the form of a map, so you'll know which way to go while you're out there trying to find your freedom. That's intellect if I ain't never seen it. Coming out of slavery and having over 50,000 patents. That's incredibly intelligent. So yeah, these folks, even though they would unalive us for eating, even though they would beat us and torture us if they caught us reading, they still could not beat the intellect out of us. Shout out to Sean C. Once again, the foundation they stood on, the economy, the capital, and the very land was created through generations of stolen Black labor and wealth. Abso-god-dang-lutely. Abso-toodalutely. They love leeching. You ain't never lied about that. They love leeching and lying. That 2 L's. LL. And I ain't talking Cool J. Let's go over here, family.
Here she is, mom. Just go to dad. I'm running the 9 jug. How you doing, family? My Black American family. Yes. So I haven't been coming on here talking about a lot of the shit that's going on. Like, whatever his name is in New York, saying that immigrants built New York and it's being ran by an immigrant and all this shit like that. Black Americans made New York. Seneca Village, all of that shit. The motherfucking park that's built on top of my people. Bitch, got me spitting. But I'm like, we helped immigrants come here. And now y'all trying to claim motherfucking places that already existed before you came? How the fuck you built something that was already built by us? The fuck is you talking about? But I think that is disrespectful, and we be saying this shit about tethers. We be saying this shit about immigration, about immigrant people coming over here, and the only thing on their mind is to help immigrants. They do not have us in their mind. They do not have us as any kind of priority. This country was, this state was made by immigrants, built by immigrants, ran by immigrants, and now it's being ran by immigrants. Like, bitch, what is you talking about, you disrespectful ass motherfucker? All of these immigrants are disrespectful. That's why we say they should not be in any leadership position in America. If you are from a motherfucking another country, you should not be anywhere in our politics. None of you. None of you. I'm being so fucking serious, and they be like, oh, that's the only options we have. There are Black American people that be wanting to run for these positions, but y'all be pushing us to the side. Y'all got Kamala. I love Kamala. I voted for her, but she is not a Black American. We got Obama. I love Obama. I was pregnant. I was happy. That was the best.
Family, we're still working on her. We're still working on these folks who still love Obama and still love Kamala. We're working. And when I say we, I'm talking about all of us. The more information we put out on these people, the less these kind of people like them. But notice she's still standing on business. Let's let her continue.
That was the best pregnancy in my life because I gave birth while we had a Kenyan American president, a melanated man as a president. I'm not gonna say he's no Black American. He's not. He's African American because he's from Africa. He's African American. He is literally somebody that is from Africa. Okay, so whenever we want people that are made of our blood, made from our roots, made from America, made from autochthonous motherfucking lineage, from Solon, FBA, indigenous Black American blood lineage, y'all don't want that. Y'all don't want that because y'all know we the real American Indians. Y'all know that we are going to get back everything that you stole from us. That's why y'all scared for us to get into leadership positions in our own fucking country. That's why y'all scared. That's why y'all keep trying to force us to call ourselves African whenever we were already here before most of those African countries were even thought of. Most of Africa, most of y'all's countries, those 54 countries, wasn't even created until after the 1800s. I found my family here in the 1600s. We have documents that show that we was already here before any of y'all's countries were even thought of. Nigeria didn't even exist, but nothing but 60 years ago. It just popped up 60 years ago. Where the fuck y'all come from? Anyways, but it's like, don't come out here disrespecting us. Don't come over here trying to claim our lineage, claim our ancestors, claim our land, claim our benefits, claim our fucking rights, claim everything that belonged to us. It's just like, who do y'all people think y'all is? And it's going to get to a point because right now, because they're not going to open that motherfucking government back up because y'all done played in our face too many motherfucking times. Y'all are not going to keep getting our money. Y'all are not going to keep fucking playing us. That's not going to fucking happen. We are chilling. The fact that y'all held us back so long, the fact that y'all have tried so hard to strip us from everything, including our identity, you see that now it's backfiring on y'all, and this shit isn't affecting us as y'all thought it would. It's affecting white people, and motherfucking immigrants. The first shall be last, and the last shall be first, and history always repeats in reverse, and we will not be on the motherfucking on the bullshit end of the stick again. Y'all crazy if y'all think that this can happen to us again. But y'all are definitely seeing it's happening to you. We don't want nothing bad to happen to anybody, but we tried to warn you. 92% of us tried to warn you. Then look at us. We came back out again and voted and helped. We did it again. And now we got disrespectful ass Arab people in office talking about some, they running shit and immigrants is running shit and all this stuff like that. You see the destiny swap is swapping. And it's absolutely ridiculous and it's disrespectful. And eventually, y'all gonna have to get the fuck out of here. Eventually, people are gonna get so tired that all of y'all will leave. Even y'all will go back to motherfucking Europe. You will have to go and claim your roots in Europe. Y'all will go and claim your roots in Africa. You will go claim your roots in Haiti. You will go claim your roots in Ireland and Australia and all of that shit like that. But us Black Americans, we're gonna take back what you stole from us. We're gonna take back our mounds, all those reservations where y'all are protecting the artifacts and our bones and shit like that. Where you got these Asians sitting on all of our artifacts and our burial mounds. You think they burying their own people up there? There's a law against them even digging on those mounds, on those burial sites, on those reservations. Why do you think that those people are kept from digging up their own ancestors? If they were their ancestors, they would be able to go and dig them up, huh? Because it's not their ancestors. It's not their artifacts. It's ours. That's why you're not allowed to touch them. Who's written into the 14th, the Constitution? Us, not fucking immigrants, not fucking Hispanics, not Native Americans, not none of y'all. It's us. Because we're the real American Indians, and y'all are finding out, and you will continue to find out. And you keep on disrespecting us like this, you finna definitely find out. Because this immigrant dude, you're not going to last long for the shit you just said. And there's a lot of motherfucking American Indians in New York City. There's a lot of us migrated up there from Mississippi. So you better be careful with how you motherfucking talking. Because we'll get your ass up out of there too. But anyways, ashe, peace and love. And I love my brother. Yaku, you fucking moment, Lord Yak, all day, every day. My Black American, indigenous people. Peace.
Like I said, shout out to that sister. We're still working on her. We're still working on her. But you heard all of our talking points come out of her because of the fact that she is in the circles on TikTok. I ain't gonna lie. But we're still working on her. We gotta make her understand that Barry was one of the biggest tethers. Barry the Bushmeat. That right there had me going right there. Shout out to Wild Williams for that. However, everything else she said here, absolutely, I agree with. Let's go here, family.
Okay, I listened to the new New York mayor's speech clips today, yesterday. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And this is the issue that I have with immigrants, is that they really do their best and they go out of their way to remove us from history and to remove us from their successes, very eerily similar to white supremacists. When I listen, I'm going to post them. I'm going to post him right here and I'm going to come back to it.
Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties.
So this is very problematic, and this is what goes to the heart of why we're delineating and why it's such an issue. Is because, number one, he didn't give any, now maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, and please post the specific thing that he said about ethnic Black Americans. He also went on in his speech in another clip where he says that immigrants built New York. To me, that's a slap in the face. Even if he would have said, hey, foundational ethnic Sulan Black Americans built the foundation and immigrants built the rest, or whatever. But that's the problem. There's so much erasure that immigrants do of our community, which is very akin to white supremacy. And this is why there's a problem. And no matter what, you guys want to have this kumbaya, this fake kumbaya, because you're afraid to stand alone as ethnic Black Americans. A lot of y'all are just afraid to stand alone. You're afraid to go to work and represent your ethnic group. The ones that are trying to like support POC or Democratic shills or Pan-Africanists, you're just afraid. You're afraid. That's what it really is. But those of us who are not afraid, we understand that we were always the GOAT. We're the ones that drive all the engines, okay? People need us. Okay, that's a whole other conversation. But so, first of all, he did not give any credit to ethnic Black Americans for opening the doors for immigration, which we now realize was a huge mistake. He didn't give any credit to ethnic Black Americans for building New York, which we know historically is the truth. And this is the problem that we have. So they can dance and sing with us because I know you guys, I was embarrassed again because all it takes is some DJing and some, Kendrick Lamar and we're all good. This is the problem. We see immigrants dancing and smiling and, in our faces and kumbaya when it's beneficial. But when it comes to policy, when it comes to their speeches, we're left out. We're not included. We're erased. And that's the thing. So nobody wants to compete with us. Nobody wants to give us our just due. Nobody wants to give us our credit. And so we have to start to take it back. And a lot of you guys who are getting paid need to STFU and go get paid. You can't, listen, your train is about to end. Your train is about to end because you can only get paid if you can convert us, if you can connect to us enough so we listen to you enough to change the situation. The reason why a lot of these immigrant, like Caribbean, and I don't think there's a lot of African, but a lot of these Caribbean people were getting fired from their journalism jobs is because we're starting to delineate and we're not listening to them. And the reason why they had them on there is so we listen to them. So we go on their train. So we go in their direction. And if enough of us aren't listening to them, then what's the point of giving them a check? They're not being listened to. Okay. So my point is that I'm glad that this new mayor is showing his true colors. I don't think he's a bad guy. I mean, I won't know until I see him, but I just think he's doing typical immigrant stuff, which is we're going to try to take credit for everything. We're going to try to erase the ethnic Black American. We're going to use them as we use them to get what we want. And then we're going to throw them away and we're going to suppress them because we don't want the competition because they've been here for centuries. And if they become too strong, then, we can't compete with them the same way. It's just a competition game. And so if you're ethnic Black American, you need to wake up. Because if you think that at this point, the only threat is white supremacy in terms of the color of those people, then you're not awake. You need to go on your job and look around and wake up. If you're an ethnic Black American, you're doing really well, and you're like, I don't experience this. You don't experience this because for them, because money, clout, those are things that matter to them, is they think you're an exception, but they still look at your group a certain way. And if you look at your group a certain way too and join in, then you're part of the problem too, because your group is the reason why you have any kind of money whatsoever. That being said, it is what it is. We just need to open our eyes and continue the movement, and we need to delineate, and we really need to change the census.
Shout out to that sister. I appreciate her, but I agree with many of you in the chat, especially with our sister Angelic said they didn't even build the rest. All they did was pull up to the table with their empty plates. And I have to agree and touch on that, my sister. Thank you for that alley-oop. This is like saying foundational Black Americans, we built the house. Not only the house, we built all the furniture in the house. We built the table. We set the table. And our guests knocked on the door. We opened the door. Hey, how you doing? Come on in. And they got their plates. And they sit down on the couch and watch us finish setting the damn table. We turn around and ask, hey, man, you mind placing the forks and napkins on the table or whatnot? They're like, no, I don't know. No. I just came to eat. Then by the time the table is set, that mother love jumps off the couch and the first person at the goddamn table with his plate. This is what we're seeing. somebody who only came here to eat. And that's most of these people. I don't want to say all, but for the bulk of them, yes, they came to eat. They didn't come to help you set the table. They didn't come to help you clear the table. They didn't come to help you cook. They didn't come to help you do anything with dessert. They didn't bring nothing. They didn't bring anything from home. They just came to eat. And as our brother Zavon Scott just said, while switching channels on the TV. Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to you. Also, shout out to our family, Affectionate Earth in the building. Much love to you. It's always a pleasure to have you in the building, family. Now, let's go here.
I feel like everyone wants to take credit for what America has become, or basically what it is today as it stands today, while simultaneously kind of discrediting and undermining the fact that there was hundreds of years of evils and atrocities that happened to even get America to the point where people would even want to be here at all, that people would want to migrate over here. Because the truth be told is nobody in their right mind would leave their homeland, their family, their friends, to come to a place that didn't already have some level of opportunity, that wasn't already built up with some type of infrastructure. Like, immigration didn't really start happening heavily until like the 20s and 30s. And I'm not saying that's undermined any person who's an immigrant and came over here and made a great life for themselves. But what I am saying is that it seems like when it comes time to be proud of like who you've become as an immigrant and what you've built and what you've established here, it's like it's all good, like because your family's from somewhere else and you're proud of what you created over here. But at the same time, whenever a person who doesn't have an immigrant background, like the foundational Black Americans, the freedmen, or even the whites, the people who were descendants of the white slave owners, right? Like basically, if you don't have an immigrant story, you don't have an immigrant background, that's when it becomes a problem for you to show pride in being American or having foundational American roots. That's when people start to bring up, oh, well, this is stolen land. This country was built on stolen land. You're not truly American because you're not a Native American. So I feel like if you don't have an immigrant background and you are part of the lineage of people who came from centuries of atrocities on this land, you're not really allowed to have pride in what you contribute, what your lineage contributed. You're not really allowed to like be proud to be American, right? You're only allowed to be proud to be American if you're not from America. You're only allowed to say that you built something and built up something if you have an immigrant background. And that's just something that I noticed. Like, not really something I normally speak on, but I noticed it. Everybody wants to take credit for it's built up into a great place, and a lot of people had contributed to this. But all I'm saying is, it just seems like you're only allowed to say that you built up America as long as you were not a part. Your lineage doesn't go back to the foundation of America as a nation.
Shout out to that sister, and I said that several times over. What it really irks them, what really puts a bug in their butt, is the fact that we can say we're American by blood. We're not immigrants. We're not you. We don't flee. We stay and fight. And because of that, we're proud to be the Americans that we are, because our ancestors fought so hard for us to be the Americans that we are. So that really puts a bug in their ass that they can't do the same thing. Shout out to our brother Christopher Ellis. He says, in the last 20 years and now, all of them came to eat, scam, and replace. And I would even take it back further, because we do have articles from the 60s that speaks about the West Indies taking advantage of foundational Black Americans and not even liking us. So I would put more on that 20 years, to be honest with you. A B1 salute to our brother Black RU. Continue teaching, my good brother. I appreciate you. And that's what we have to do. We have to shut this nonsense down with the quickness, because they got us messed up. Also, a B1 salute to Unlost FBA. Shout out to you for your Cash App donation. I appreciate your contribution. Your donation is blessed tenfold. Unlost FBA. I like that name because they love to say, oh, y'all lost. Y'all do not know who you are. You do not know who you are. You should at least know your tribe. So Unlost FBA. I love that name. That is a great name, family. Much love to you. I might be giving you a shout out every once in a while just because I love that damn name. Akata? No, I'm not lost. I'm the unlost FBA, you bastard. Shout out to you, family. Thank you for your Cash App. Let's go over here to one of the elders who really wants to put it down.
So y'all, this is going to be a long one. If you don't like long ones, then just keep on going. But what I am going to tell you is everybody is celebrating about this new New York person. After black folks put him in, after he went to the cookouts, after he went to the dances.
Hold on, sister. Gotta disagree with you. Black folks didn't put him in. Tethers put him in. So we could say after melanated Tethers, the mops put him in. And then I'll let you continue.
After he did all the rapping, he jumped his ass up on stage and said, immigrants built New York. No, they didn't. They Johnny-come-latelys. And so do you sit and you accept this and you happy for him being there? All they want to do is tote through tote through and get their people through. Anything they can stop you doing, they are. They're going to block any portion of reparations. They're going to pretend to be you. But you study inviting them. You study dancing. You having a good time. Why they stealing everything from you? Your money, your income, your reparations. They're blocking everything. How many times are you going to have people stand up and cut you off at the knees? And then you got another portion of people that look like us, that pretend to be us, that are up there talking about they speak for us for reparations. How many times will you fall for the banana in the tailpipe? This is foolishness. Stop voting for people who do not have your best interest. I would rather us hold our vote than to vote for somebody, what they say, the best candidate. Listen, they polar opposites, but they still trying to usher us to hell. They still trying to poop on us. They still for their people. They're not for you. And you running around here dancing and singing like a damn idiot, saying this man is for us. He didn't even acknowledge black people in his speech. He acknowledged immigrants, which means that anything that's for you, he's going to reroute that money. He just used y'all to get the vote. I'd rather have us withhold the vote than to vote for the so-called best candidate. But you think because somebody dance and sing and tap dance, they do whatever they need to do. How many times you gonna fall for that? It ain't nothing getting better in our community because they study shitting on us, study regentrifying, study stealing, study taking, study pretending to be us. At what point are you gonna stop voting people in who are not black? If they was proud of who they were, they wouldn't pretend to be black or pretend to be nothing else. And then when they get elected, then they jump up and they thank they people. They people didn't vote them in. We did. At what point are you going to be tired of this? I'd rather go with the enemy that I know than the one that I don't. Because none of them mean us no good. At what point will black Americans, ADOS, Sulan, indigenous, at what point will we say we have no allies and we put one of us at the forefront? At what point? Because at this point, I'm just pissed off. He wants to thank the immigrants because the no, they Johnny-come-latelys. We built it, they came, they claimed it. You just gonna keep on voting their ass in? Get your shit together. So y'all, this
something that has always weighed very heavy on me, like as
now, family, I reluctantly added this in because the septum ring in itself, it threw me off. I like a woman with a bald head, but it ain't lined up too much. However, she does have something valuable to add, so I added the video. Let's continue.
A black woman that has always just made me feel really like enraged, I'm going to be honest, enraged is the word, is the fact that immigrants do not acknowledge how they benefit off of the work that Black Americans have done. Let's be clear. The only reason why immigration is a thing here in the US, the only reason why someone from another country can come to the US and establish citizenship and nationality here is because of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965. And those acts were both heavily spearheaded, created, pushed, and progressed by Black Americans. During our own fight for liberation, during our own fight for freedom, we said, you know what? It would also make sense for us to fight for these other groups who then turn around and open up beauty supplies in our neighborhood with cameras and security guards and follow us around stores and videotape us, but don't even live here, yet come and profit off of us. Let's fight for them too. I just find that so ironic. And then to
Angelic, is it all the piercings? Is it the double piercing in the nose? Is it the piercing of the top lip, like the crevice of the lip? Like what is it exactly that you can't win? Because I get it. I just want to know what it is for you. Much love, my sister.
And an election, which I'm not mad about. Zoran is I hope he does amazing things in New York City. The love I have for what is going on over there, amazing. But then to get up
boom, tether. All right, go ahead.
And do his whole speech about how New York City is built by immigrants. I see what you were trying to say, because yes, New York City is a city that is very, very culturally diverse. They have so many cultures there, so many cultures. And those cultures are very segmented within the city. Like you can go to a part of town or a part of New York and clearly see the cultural impact of that place and who that place is and what types of people came to this place and the history of this place. But let's be clear. New York City was built and existed from Native Americans and Black people, Black slaves, Black enslaved people. That is the foundation.
All right, I guess it was the Most High's doing, because it just started, you know what I'm saying, buffering out of nowhere. And usually, you know what I'm saying, I'll wait. But, you know, she started really mopping hard, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't know about that. Shout out to Cooking with Miss D. Thank you for your Cash App donation, my sister. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always. Family, you can just tell when there's no FBA energy happening, and it's happening all up in here. The fact that she's happy that Mandambi won, and she hopes that he does all good things. I hope he does good things too, but for the people who are citizens in the country and not just all immigrants. I'm not happy that he was selected, but anybody who is put into office, that is my hope for them. Yeah, I hope that you do what's right for the citizens. I hope you try to make amends with your Black community. But do I hold my breath? No, I don't. Not at all. Because I see that you don't. I see that all your actions that you're doing will lead to you doing the same thing in your policies. Let's be very clear about that. Shout out to our sister Bad72. Thank you for your Cash App donation, my sister. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good sister. So I don't want to play no more of her video because, like I said, the value in the video is to show these are the folks who will sit there and say, yeah, you know, I don't like the fact that they didn't bring up Black Americans, but yet they will turn around and say, but I'm happy Mandani has made it, you know, and I hope he do great things. I'm so happy for New York. Yeah, that's not us. That's not us at all. I want to go here, family, because I got to show some FBA energy and why we are not the same as these people, because a lot of these folks love to go around saying you are African, we are the same, we're all black. And they don't have that FBA energy. But the fact of the matter is this, a lot of these people won't listen and take it from us because they're too in love with the Nabisco. They're way too in love with the Nabisco. So they want to sit here and try to make us comparable to them because they believe whatever the Nabisco says. So to all the tethers who may catch this, to all the immigrants who catch this, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play your favorite type of person to say exactly what the hell we've already been saying. Since you need to hear it from a white guy, I'm going to play it from a white guy. Let's go here, family. I want to read this prompt here. It says, no, I'm refuting his argument about Black Americans not being African because we are.
We? We.
Yeah. I don't know who we are. Because, you know, I know that I'm a foundational Black American. I know that I'm not African. I don't have any African in my blood. But let's let them go in. Before we do that, our sister Empress said, church, I'm telling you, they made a video trying to make it seem like we voted ISIS and the Taliban in our government. I bull stuff you not. I bull stuff you not, family. Yeah, I seen those things, man. And like I said, it's being debunked expeditiously. Miss D said, I know they think that they accomplished something. Damn fools. Hey, and you got to let a fool be a fool way over there. Let the fools be fools, because if you start arguing with a fool from a distance, people can't tell who the fool is. Let the fool be the fool on that side. They'll learn. They'll learn. Like I said before, Madami winning is good, because now New York is going to have to look in the face of its destruction. Let's continue. I want you to hear what the Nabisco had to say about us and whether we're African or not. And notice how this person spelled Black American with a little b, not the big B, which actually represents ethnicity. So it should be a big B. He spelled it, or she spelled it with the little b. So she's talking about race, not ethnicity. But yet she's saying we as if we're the same. Yeah, not at all. Somebody, whoever wrote this, they need to have a friend.
Get your man.
All right. And get them the hell up out of here. Let's continue.
Black Americans are American. They are not African. The vast majority of Black Americans living here today are American descendants of slavery. And because of this legacy of slavery, their connections to Africa are so distant and they have been severed that they do not have any real connections to it today. Nationality-wise, culture-wise, and everything else, they are American, not African. In fact, even the concept of ethnicity, their ethnicity would be Black American, not some form of African. And no, race does not make them African. Race is a social construct, and it's a pseudoscientific one at that. Not to mention all human beings.
Shout out to our brother William Aaron. He said, why are we listening to the oppressor about who we are? Family, we're not listening to him. This is for the tethers. This is distinctly for the tethers. because they love Nabisco so much. They love White Zaddy so much. They don't believe nothing until it comes out of his mouth. And so I'm playing somebody so that they can understand, because they never really pay attention until the Nabisco says it. So now all the tethers who may watch this later on, they're going to have to listen to White Zaddy tell them the exact same thing that we've been telling them for I don't know how long now. But shout out to you for that question. I know I know it wasn't in bad faith, because you're a good brother. So I had to answer that question. Let's continue.
Have their origins in Africa, depending on how far back we go. So this entire concept of, well, we have to consider the blacks African is just racism. Black Americans are American just like I am an American. I am not a European American. I have literally no connections to Europe at all.
Really, nigga? Really, nigga? See, you was doing so well, and then you had to go and say that. You got all the connections to Europe. All the connections. Let's let him finish.
I am American, and so are Black Americans. Quit trying to divide people by the color of their skin, and instead, let people identify as they please. No.
Much love, Empress. I'm glad you're playing this video, church. Yeah, and shout out to our sister Tampa Bay. She said it best with this one. She said this video just broke a tether's heart today. Exactly, and that was the whole goal, to break a tether's heart. To break a tether's heart. Shout out to you, family. That right there just got me. But family, like I said, I played that because all these folks want to try to come and try to make us African, try to make us comparable to other immigrants, trying to say, oh, we're all black. We all have the same oppressors. We all have the same struggles. And we have none of that. None of that. You have a bunch of people who puts on and takes off blackness when it benefits them. And when it don't benefit them, they take off the blackness, right? And they start, once they start winning, getting wins over here, they take off the blackness and say, shout out to Nigeria, my motherland, who raised me. I come here with 2 pennies in my pocket, and now I own one of the most successful businesses in America because of Mother Nigeria. We're at the point where everybody is realizing we have no damn friends. Ain't nobody our friends. Ain't nobody our allies. Ain't nobody like us. And can't nobody compete where they can't compare. Let's go here, family.
The sooner black people realize that nobody is their friend, the sooner the revolution and the healing can begin. The Democratic Party ain't your friend. The Republican Party ain't your friend. Other black people in the diaspora ain't your friend. Other races ain't your friend. Natives ain't your friend.
2 pennies and one of them was bad.
Ain't your friend. It's a one-sided relationship. You only benefit them. When it's time for them to show their friendship towards you, it ain't never show up. And as soon as black people realize that nobody is their friend, the sooner the revolution and the evolution can begin. It starts with self-love, value, and then having other people actually value you too, because you are the person that brings the value to these relationships. But until that is realized, the true worth of Black Americans will never be actualized.
Oh, family. Shout out Sounds like we have no allies. Absolutely. Oh, William, you and Noah today. Y'all gonna get some treats then, I guess, because I just put these together. I don't do it in order to, entice anybody. However, when it does, I understand because I love women too. I love women, and I love when they're beautiful, and I love when they're attractive. I love the way when they they do their little things that they do. So I understand you. So I'm gonna let you know this ain't the last treat you're gonna get. Let's just put it like that. Now, family, when she said we have no allies, I want to put it in this manner. Let's frame it like this. Not only do we not have allies, we don't have anybody who have that FBA energy. Nobody has the spirit of rebellion. Nobody. Miss D, yes, you do, church. Focus. I'm focused. I'm just making sure the brothers are focused too. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. No one said I was taken back. I wasn't ready, sir. No. He wasn't ready. But I digress. Nobody has that warrior spirit that we have, to where we're shutting situations down when it starts. Ain't nobody here to fight the way we fight. They're here to put food on their plate and walk home in their dirty little flip-flop sandals. Let's be very clear about it. Let me show you what FBA energy does when we are disrespected. They don't know nothing about this. Let's go here. Just to give you a little context, this Nabisco walked through a group of black men and called them the N-word. And they pressed the matter. Let's continue.
Stop hiding, Pop. You're pregnant, Oh shit! He's
Wait, family, you even had the Nabisco jump in. Whoa, that's how FBA energy, that's how it just protrude through the crowd. You know what I'm saying? Once we kick it off, all of a sudden Nabisco's like, I want some of that too. Gonna put some mayonnaise on my cracker. Let's continue. Shout out to our brother William Harris. He said, Miss D, I was focusing. She made some things very obvious. Shout out to my brother, man. Shout out to my brother. Let's continue.
They taking it pussy right now. Pussy. 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 Oh shit! Yeah, it's a one. It's a one. Yeah, it's a one. 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 Same thing again! Nigga, good. Get back there.
You're not going to find any of those goddamn tethers, immigrants, or nothing like that coming over here with this kind of energy at all. At all. Shout out to Wild Williams. If this was the Fox Hills, they would have thrown him off the second floor, and you know that's true. You know 100%. The Fox Hills Mall, they would have tossed them off of that balcony so quick, you would have thought that this was a 5 heartbeats. Now, what is my office hours? 9 to 5. Shout out to Wild Williams for that. Also, I saw your comment where you said, Church, you do know that as brews, we're allowed as many wives as we can afford. I'm gonna be honest with you, I respectfully disagree with that, and that's a situation of preference. The Bible tells me that I need to find someone to be evenly yoked with, and you can't be evenly yoked with 5 or 6 different women. That's not how evenly yoked work. However, that's me. It could be interpreted many ways. Whoever wants to go and get their 5 wives and things like that, as long as you can afford them, that's none of my business. But me personally, I just want one wife so I can be evenly yoked. You know what I mean? And here's another thing too. When that time of the month come around, it's bad enough having one wife. And as a person who grew up with a lot of sisters, when they're around each other so much, all of their cycles tend to get on cue with each other for some damn reason. So I don't need all of my wives going here, there, stressing me the hell out all over the place. No, I'm cool. Just give me one. I'll deal with her cycle. I'll deal with everything else. And we can go back and forth. We can be evenly yoked. Let's just do that, okay? That's just me. If y'all want to do that, though, by all means. Get one woman with multiple personalities, problem solved. I am amused. Yes. I mean, hey, nowadays, most women tend to have more than one personality anyway. So, I'm not missing anything. Let's be clear, But yeah, I know I ain't lying. Trust me. I thought long and hard about this when I first got into really getting into the Bible and really understanding my lineage of the Hebrew. I already knew, when all the wives, nah, I'm cool. I have no problems dealing with women, you know what I'm saying? And I'm a single man. You know what I mean? I used to have women mad at me and they knew I was single. They knew I was dating other women. But they just pop up and I'm with the other woman. They want to get mad at me. What you getting mad at me for? You knew I had a date. And you came over here just to, never mind. I digress. But much love to you, my good brother. Big facts. This is coming from someone that lived in a house full of women when I was a teenager. It was hell. I feel you. I feel you, my sister. I feel you. And the Most High said, if I can just defer from that type of nonsense, I absolutely will. I absolutely will. I said I'm too introverted to deal with multiple women. I totally 100% agree with you. I feel you. You dig me? I feel you. I'm extrovert, but I'm also an introvert when I want to be. I'm a Taurus. So, at times I'm the life of the party. Other times I just want to be left alone. I just want to eat on my couch and watch some good TV. You know what I mean? Shout out to all of you, though. I appreciate each and every one of your contributions. He said that means you give them each your own homes. Hey, if you want to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars just to satisfy, let me give you this too. I want you to understand this. In the Bible, it spoke about how David was so much of a warrior that he could not build the Most High's temple. But the Most High told him, it will be your son who will be the wisest, and he will build my temple. And then here comes Solomon, the same name as my son. And Solomon, he builds the temple. He's the wisest man in the land. But what was Solomon's downfall? His downfall was all the damn wives he had. And he built them their own temples to their gods and things like that. Trust me. Trust me when I say his downfall was that. So, for me, even if you give them their own houses, it won't be enough. It's still going to be a stress. Exactly. Those foreign women. Now, William, if you're going to do it, make sure you do all FBA women, and maybe you won't have so much stress, but then again, maybe you will. I don't know. Shout out to Zavon. Indeed, church. FBAs are the warrior Africans undermined and sold. Now they see where they effed up. We good. Absolutely, my brother. Absolutely. Let's be very clear about that. They know who the warrior class is. They just didn't expect it. And we don't go around doing things like they do. Family, when have you ever seen us running around begging people as soon as they come to our country? We don't do that. Unless you're living on the streets or something like that. Let's be very clear about that. Shout out to Curtis Prince. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. William said, I like living and love and peace and quiet. I feel you. I feel you. Like hell, I'll drag me a sister white. I feel it. I feel it. Family, we don't do things like they do. Everything is a scam. Everything is something to build up themselves, but they won't build up their communities. You get what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, did you guys see that video of Rampage when he went over? I think it was either in Greece. I think it was in Greece. But there was a lot of Africans around him, right? Matter of fact, I could play it. Let me play it. We don't do things like this.
You need one?
Yes, I need one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy life. Happy life. Happy life.
Happy life. Please. Hey guys. No, he's not the fall them. Me.
Thank you, bro. You're nice guys. Please.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
I hate the fucking scammers. I hate fucking scammers.
They robbed your ass.
Yeah.
Family, you don't see us doing that at all. You don't see us doing that at all. As a matter of fact, we're the ones that are usually giving them the money. We're the ones who usually go into these different countries and they're like, little, please, little, please. And we're like, all right, yeah, you need it. You need it more than I do. And just give it away. And then those very same people will come over here and think that we are the same. Savon said, I have a wife and a daughters. I have wife and daughters, plural. I understand you, my brother. I understand you. Yeah, exactly. Just begging and scamming. Straight up. Pathetic. Grown ass men begging from other men? Absolutely not. Absolutely. And if you saw us doing that, a lot of our sisters wouldn't look at us as men. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Like you over here begging another grown ass man? Yeah. Yeah, exactly, sister. Exactly bad. That's just zesty. That's zesty if I've never heard of zest. And it's not zestfully clean. But let's get into the tethers and the tether class when they do what they do. Let's first go to this brother, this FBA brother, who's explaining what they do when they get over here.
So there's two coups that's going on right now, and Black Americans is in the limbo in the middle, right? So we have the coup of the erasure of the immigrant class that's on the left, right? And we're realizing that the immigrant class are there for themselves, and they're looking to try to take over and implode the United States from within. They are also erasing the things that the Black Americans have done. They have no mention of the Black Americans and the things they're doing on a day-to-day basis or did for them to even come here, right? And they're looking to kind of take over and kind of do their own thing. Hence the lady in Maine, right? She's begging the YT to help with her country, right? Hence Omar, right, in Minnesota, right? They call in Minnesota Somali, so little Somalia, whatever she called it, right?
I don't know, man. She said I wouldn't even beg a woman for anything. I understand you, but I don't know. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? What was that song? I ain't too proud to beg. Said, darling, some men will beg a woman. Please don't leave me, girl. Don't you go. Now, I don't think I would ever beg because, you know, if you're going to leave me, it's because I'm want you to leave me, to be honest with you, because I'm a good dude. And every woman, for the most part, that I've been with, it was me leaving, not the other way around. But there are some men that's out there who ain't too proud to beg. Say, darling, please don't leave me, girl. Don't you go. Ain't too proud to plead, baby, baby. Please don't leave me, girl. Yeah. Shout out to the Temptations and everybody who do love songs about being with a woman. Now, if you're doing love songs about being with another man, you know what I'm saying? That's your business. But let's just say, okay, all right. Let's continue.
And you know, now they call it New York, what is it called? New Yorkistan or something like that. So this is what's going on. And then we have the coup of the right, where the YT are feeling like they are losing their culture, and they feel like they are losing, and that's a whole part of the Make America Great Again, because they realized the last, I don't know how many years, they've been losing their power when it came down to the left. And so this was their only means of gaining their power back through Trump. And what's going on right now is Black Americans are in the limbo in the middle, right? And so what I'm saying is, as Black Americans, what we need to do is stop voting for whether somebody make you feel good. Stop voting for people that's talking about collard greens in the tub. Stop voting for emotions. Stop voting for superstars because they're going to pay these superstars to dance and shake their behind on stage. Stop voting for that. And so let's start voting for policy. Let's start making both sides tap dance for our vote right now, right? Because right now we have a coup on both sides. And we got to find whoever have our best interest at hand, right? We got to look for people that have tangibles for the Black American community. Not the trick bag word of POC, not the trick bag word of urban communities, not the trick bag word of, what else? Minorities. We're not doing no trick words no more. Specifically for Black Americans who going to tap dance for us, and that's how we should move from now on, because none of both sides have our best interests at heart. One is for immigrants and all about the immigrants, and one is for the YT and fully and only for the YT. So we got to make them both parties tap in for our vote. Y'all stay informed. Y'all start getting educated, because if you don't do politics, politics will do you. Even when you think you don't vote, you voted. Believe that. Love you.
And shout out to that brother for what he said there, because he spoke nothing but facts, nothing but the mother-loving facts. And also, shout out to our sister, Sarte Jones, in the building. Much love to you, my sister. But also, he brings up a good point, a valid point too. We're in the middle of a situation where you have coups happening in two areas, and we're in the middle of it. The Nabiscos losing their damn mind, and the Tethers trying to find a way to crowbar themselves into our lineage, heritage, and culture to push cultural erasure. And you find this by people saying weird stuff like, and this is very weird. Whenever you hear somebody say, when we let them know, hey, you are not a Black American, you're not foundational Black American. Well, I grew up around Black Americans. I was born here. I grew up here. And, you know, my culture is Black American. No. No. That does not make you a foundational Black American. And I don't understand why these folks think that it does. If I move to goddamn Japan and have a baby in Japan, my son may have a Japan citizenship. But my son is not Japanese, no matter how many of them he grow up around. They can go to the same school. They can both like anime. They can both, you know, what else comes from Japan? I don't know. Whatever else comes from Japan, they can go and partake in all of those things together. Right? But my son will never think that he's a Japanese. It's just ignorant for anybody to think that's how it works. And this next clip I'm about to play, nowadays, they're not even saying Black American no more. This person that I'm about to play is saying that his lineage is New York. Let's go. You think I'm playing? Hell no.
Niggas is different, bro. How can you just say your ethnicity is New York?
Yeah, nigga, you're not fucking New York.
It's crazy.
Usually when some people do this, their ethnicity is probably like Caribbean or African. Black Americans, we don't say, yo, my ethnicity is New York. My ethnicity is Black American. It's so crazy how New Yorkers, and I'm a New Yorker, I love y'all, but y'all be tripping. Y'all first, second generation immigrants be tripping again, trying to hide where you really came from. Just say who you are. I prefer somebody that say, yo, I'm this is how I really speak, and this is who I am. Because sometimes you guys, y'all blend in too much, and then somebody asks you a question and you're trying to cover up where you're really from. That's not cool, man.
Niggas is different, bro. How can you just say your...
And family, we see it all the time. Even Wale got called out for being a goddamn where is he from? He's from Nigeria. Being a Nigerian, talking about he's a Black American because that's who he grew up around and things like that. Where people in and who are from and went to school with this dude and who knows this dude are saying, yeah, Wale is not from DC. Wale is not from DC. As a matter of fact, not only is he not from DC, but when he shot a music video, he asked to shoot it in my hood because he doesn't have a hood to shoot it in. Let's get to that clip. Shout out to Al Ray Moore in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. Let's go here.
Yo, okay, J. Cole, Fayetteville. They love that nigga. That nigga is a representative. It doesn't matter if he's not a hood nigga, if he's not blah, blah. They're like, damn, he's putting on for us.
He really from
Wale
Fayetteville,
really...
though. Wale didn't grow up in a Washington hospital. Wale wasn't born in Washington. Wale never went to school in Washington, D.C. Wale never went to a Washington high school and never went to a Washington elementary. He just used that shit. Wale from like Africa.
Oh, stop it, man.
Notice it's the tether who is sitting here talking about, stop it. Stop it. No. He said what he said and he meant what he said.
Niggas, yo, stop playing with Wale, bro.
No, I swear to God.
Yo, stop playing with Wale. Yo, no, he could be. Yo,
do
listen,
your research.
I know he has African like heritage,
research.
but my boy really like everybody.
He asked me to shoot Wale bait video. He asked me to shoot a video in my neighborhood because he don't have one.
You're lying.
Swear to God, go look at bait video. Potomac guys. I'm from that neighborhood, not Wale.
Well, Wale was never a hood dude.
Never.
You can't have an issue with him because, yo, he's just trying to, get it and do his thing. What's your issue with Wale? Because I know right now, like, if he do got one hood friend, he gonna be like, if you ever see that nigga Anglizzy, man, slap that nigga, man.
His real hood friend, just the way DC worked, though. DC ain't with DC. But a Wale can't turn a DCer against a DCer. Cause you feel what I'm saying? We really from here. It'd be like going against us for an outsider. DC would never do that.
Wale always really thought it was him, J. Cole, Drake, and Kendrick. I heard him say.
Shout out to the Kikesy. I hope I said that right. I had to really look at that. I thought I was tripping. Shout out to you. Thank you for this comment. DC never accepted Wale. He tried to do go-go. Then he started going to Philly, etc. Hey, shout out to you because this brother is about to touch on that very same thing. That very same topic, family. Shout out to our sister Mia Kim in the building. Much love to you, my sister. Thank you for being here. Let's let him continue.
One thing, which I mean, I kind of understand. He said he felt there was a little colorism with him. He was a little bit too black. That's why they didn't really give him the nod. But Wale's a talented motherfucker still.
Bro, Wale is not even from Washington, D.C. I don't
He
get up.
put the go-go scene on. Like, come on, I can't play around. He put the go-go.
Go-go. Like, inside D.C., go-go is dead because of Wale. Them bands.
You're lying. Like, yo, he was trying to put that shit on the mainstream.
I'm about to bring go-go back right now, y'all. Go-go is Washington, D.C. thing, y'all. We got bands. Whatever Wale showed y'all is not go-go. Like, I don't know what he did to the culture, but he single-handedly fucked it up himself. I'm just here to tell you, all them bands y'all used to see Wale, they don't even mess with Wale no more. Wale is not go-go. Go-go is a Washington, D.C. culture thing, and y'all go tap in TCB, TOB, backyard. It's endless bands, y'all. Just type it in and figure it out.
Shout out to that brother for saying it what it is and making it plain, because I feel him wholeheartedly. You cannot sit there and basically use the city in order to put yourself on to become famous and then start saying you are that city, especially when you're not from that city at all. And even though he has told people that he's Nigerian, that's not what he was doing. I don't want to say that's not what he was doing. That's not the type of energy he was bringing to the goddamn stage. You get what I'm saying? He wasn't out there singing Nigerian folk tales or anything like that. He wasn't rapping about being back in Nigeria and bushmeat and all that other stuff. He wasn't dressing like a Nigerian. He was over there stealing everything he got from DC, including the go-go music. And here's the difference. Beyonce, she stole that whole Dangerous in Love, that whole go-go sound. She took that from A. Marie, somebody who's from DC. The whole DC sound she used. But the difference between that is she's foundational Black American, and god dang it, Wale is not. So in the same way that Beyonce has taken country and paid homage to it, have taken other forms of music and paid homage to it, Wale's not doing that. He's extracting from it. He's not adding anything to it. That's the problem. That's the damn problem. And that's the same problem that we have with anybody who comes to this country. They're not here to add to the country. They're here to extract from the country. They're here to extract from foundational Black Americans. Oh, I'm going to partake in your culture so that one day I can say I am the culture. If Eminem understands that he is a guest in the culture of hip hop, what's so hard to understand about nationality and lineage? It's not that hard. It's not a hard concept to grasp. Let's be very clear about that. We have to make sure these folks' conversations get shut down immediately, left and right, whenever they come. Because the real situation, it isn't really about assimilating in. It's about taking over what's owed to us. In the very same way that this article was about taking over what's owed to us. Trying to make our reparations about everybody in a certain class. Damn reparations for foundational Black Americans. What we really need is class reparations. Let's be very, very honest about this. And they know it's coming because they're sending out their tethers to talk nonsense. They're throwing out nonsensical reports like this. Things that have never been said or done before are being said and done today because we're standing on lineage business, and we're standing on lineage business demanding what's owed to the lineage, foundational Black Americans, nobody else. Reparations. Now let me get to some of these dumbasses who are spewing some dumbass rhetoric now that it is on the table and it is looking pretty serious. Let's start off here.
See, now listen, everybody talking about reparations. Your reparations was...
This dude couldn't even say the word right when it started off. He has to go.
See, now listen, everybody talking about reparations.
Reparations. Reparations. It sounded like he had a mouthful of peanut butter. What the hell?
See, now listen, everybody talking about reparations. Your reparations was welfare. See, now listen, everybody talking about reparations. Your reparations was welfare. See, now listen, everybody talking about reparations. Your reparations was welfare.
Hold the hell up. I got to take a note out of our good brother Black Alpha. Shout out to him. Salute to our good brother. I got to take a page out of his book. I got to slow it down a bit.
See, now listen, everybody talking about reparations. Yo,
I can't do it. These are the people that they send out to try to combat us. Go figure. Let's continue.
See, now listen, everybody talking about reparations. Your reparations was welfare. Your reparations was food stamps. Your reparations was government housing. Y'all been getting reparations for the past 50 years and didn't capitalize off of it. So that's what the problem is. Now you're getting stripped of the social issues. Now you got a problem, huh? Oh, well, guess what? Now you might probably can get some reparation money freed up because since all these social issues is gone now, maybe they can get some money. A couple like $1 trillion because now we not feeding the poor and feeding the people that can go out there and get a job. So reparations already been paid. You've been living in the projects for 50 years. That's your reparations, or you could have been homeless.
That's how you know this man is a goddamn tether.
See, now listen, everybody talking about reparations.
This idiot, shout out to me at Kim. Thank you for your Cash App donation, family. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good sister. This idiot is running around here talking about y'all lived in the projects for 50 damn years. Sir, many of us never lived in projects. I'm from a project. Let's be very clear about that. When I say I'm from, I mean when I used to get down with the hood, banging on people. My family's from the Jordan Down projects. Did I live in the Jordan Down projects? No. No, I didn't. My grandmother lived there. My aunt lived there. My aunt actually lives. She's actually one of the well-known OGs there. Right? Where you say her name, ears go up. As well as her son, my cousin Gordo. His ears go up. But most of our family didn't live in the projects, even though most of our families was from that project. That's just what it is. We lived in houses. We lived in apartments. And Black Americans live in houses all over these United States. We're not just coupled or just pushed into project buildings. William Aaron, you foul. He said Jordan Downs of Houston. Ain't no Jordan Downs in Houston, and if it is, I don't know nothing about it. I'm talking about from Watts. I ain't talking about Houston, California, baby. California. You keep on with me, William. I tell you, you're going to miss out on the treat, all right? I won't play the next treat. Shout out to my good brother. Family, no social programs is reparations. Let's be very clear. No social programs is reparations. Why? Because social programs aren't just for foundational Black Americans. It's for any American. Period. Point blank. And social programs benefit Nabiscos more than anybody else. Let's go here. This is from the U.S. Census Bureau. I know it's Bureau, but ever since I saw what was it? The Wash, the movie with Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre. And DJ Pooh answered the phone. He's like, who is that? It's lady from the Census Bureau. The what? The Census Bureau. The what? The Census Bureau. She calling about the hood. Oh man. I always call it the Bureau now. The Census Bureau. Let's get into some of these numbers and data and statistics, okay? Now, we're not going to read through all this. I just want to get to the grass task, where everything goes here. That's not it. Okay, here we go. Who is receiving social safety net benefits? Okay. Now here you see age, right? That's not where we're going to look at. What the hell just happened? Okay. Oh, I guess it wanted his own space. Okay, take your space then, family. Take your space. Here is sex. That's not what we're going to look at. We're going to scroll down just a little bit to race here. And, oh, what do you see? Oh, Nabiscos. 75.6% of social safety net programs and benefits goes to Nabiscos. 13.4% goes to Black folk. Let that sink in. So for an idiot to say, oh, y'all had social programs, that's reparations. You lived in the projects for 50 years as if you don't pay rent in the projects. What the hell does living in the projects have to do with reparations? We need reparations because there are people in the projects who need a leg up too. What the hell is wrong with these idiots? I don't know what kind of new crack has been put on the streets, but y'all just need to do what Nancy Reagan said and just say no. Family, this is the racial wealth gap. Right here, you see the Nabisco, 150 trillion. And then the other. And then you see where Black folks are. I don't know what that idiot is talking about. They got 150 trillion, but yet they are 75.6% of the people, of all people, gaining social welfare. And this is why we don't allow people to come here trying to tell us this nonsense, because we're well versed. And all of these other folks are just bootlicking. And guess what, family? A lot of people ain't going to tell you that some of this wealth here is coming directly from social programs. Shout out to my good brother, William Aaron. He said, Tether's been eating the tub-soaked foot-washed collard greens. Oh, man. Hey, if they're willing to eat anything cooked off the floor, I doubt that, foot-soaked. Bathtub, foot-washed collard greens. That right there, trust me when I say that's a step up for them. It's definitely a step up. Shout out to our good brother. Thank you for your donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my good brother. Oh, geez. Now, let's let this sister get at that situation there.
This is why welfare and food stamps does not equal reparations. We all are supposed to be paid at minimum $300K each. That's the minimum amount that we're owed. We're probably owed more than that, because if they calculated like how much labor our ancestors really did, like, it's actually a lot of money. So we're each owed $300K each, and then we're each owed land, because a lot of our family already had land. But the white people came and they stole it from them. They had them sign illegal contracts. Like, a lot of our family members couldn't even read. Like, they didn't know what the hell they was doing, and so they were tricked out of their land. So I feel like we deserve our reparations. Like, where's my reparations at? F the food stamps and F the freaking welfare. I want food. I want reparations. What are you talking about? And I want my plot of land so I can grow my own food. This is why welfare and
that's it. That's all. You wouldn't need welfare for Black Americans if you just gave us what's owed to us. There would be no people, no one who's a foundational Black American on welfare. If you just gave us our damn money. Now let's go here too, family. This person that I'm about to play is about to literally take the situation somewhere else. They want to divert our attention somewhere else, and they want to point at people who are on code and say, hey, this person over here, that's the real reason you ain't getting reparations. He's been a gatekeeper to reparations. Let's get into it.
Peace, love, and many blessings. Nagabo here, and we talking reparations.
Notice his name is Nagabo, which means he's a Pan-African, scam African. But let's let him continue.
Reparations. Now, we have a tether alert in the so-called foundational Black American community.
Notice how he said the so-called foundational Black American community.
So-called Negroes in America. There has been one man who has been the number one gatekeeper. He's number one as far as gatekeeping reparations from foundational Black Americans. And we got to talk about this today. And the name of this man is the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. He is a tether. He's an immigrant that has hijacked the Nation of Islam and moved it into a direction of not accomplishing a damn thing. Just a bunch of feel-good speeches, marches, and musty-ass rallies. Oh, we got to talk about this today. Minister Farrakhan has been gatekeeping reparations because he is not qualified to receive reparations because he is an immigrant father's Jamaican, his
It's funny how these pan goofies can say that about somebody who actually been here, who's actually been writing for foundational Black Americans, whether you agree with everything he says or not, and really put in the damn work. This goddamn person right here, nobody knows. He's a pan goofy, and yet he can't call out the very same tethers that are in government that he's trying to make Farrakhan out to be. He's not calling out the tethers that are in our communities that are doing the same thing that he's claiming Farrakhan has done. No. Instead of calling out the actual tethers, you want to make Farrakhan a tether, when the fact of the matter is you just don't want to address the tethers within your goddamn pan goofy group. But let's continue.
mother's from St. Kitts. They're from the Caribbean. He does not qualify for reparations, which is why he gatekeeps it. Which is why he never put together any type of action plan or program to champion reparations for so-called foundational Black Americans. You can't name one program he put together. He may have.
Notice how this chump is running around here continuously disrespecting us by saying so-called FBA. Shout out to our sister Bad. She said, why is he yelling? Because when you're wrong, you tend to want to be the loudest. Just loud and wrong. Y'all know about that dude, Too Loud, Too Wrong. He does the same thing. Shout out to Osh. The NOI have created a successful structure for their members. Pan goofies are nothing but hot, musty air. Abso-damn-lutely. No matter whether you like Farrakhan or not, you cannot deny the things that NOI has done for people within the NOI and foundational Black American communities. Let's be very clear about that. Those brothers right there, I'm going to be honest with you, they're the only ones that's really holding up what Islam is supposed to represent. Hate me or don't, I don't care. I'm just telling the truth. I'm not here to not tell the truth because they want to uplift other people. No. You got to give credit where credit is god dang due. When you talk about practicing group economics, you can look right into the NOI and see it. When you're talking about protecting yourselves and protecting your family and others around you, you can look in the NOI right there and see it. When you're talking about training and being prepared for the Nabisco in case anything pop off, you can look right at the NOI and see it. So yeah, we're not going to sit here and just allow people to basically just denigrate and disrespect when it's actually your group that has been the leech of foundational Black American culture. It's your group that has been the leech of people who have been coming here to tether into our communities and then fight against our reparations claim. It has been your tethers who have said, oh, we don't need reparations. Shout out to Cecilia. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. I'm only going to play a little bit more out of this dude because I really can't stand this guy right now.
Talked about it and touched on it here and there. Been invited to speak at it, but he never championed actually receiving reparation. And he had plenty of opportunities to do it. Million Man March, he could have got reparations popping at the Million Man March. but he didn't. And he, in fact, put out an order to all speakers, you can't talk about reparations, because this is about atonement.
Family.
America recognizes she did wrong to the Japanese. She took Japanese Americans and put them in concentration camps and confiscated their property for 4 years. Come on. And the U.S. Congress has voted to do what? Pay what? Say it loud. Reparations. Reparation means do something to repair the damage. I close. Let me read this over and change the word Jews. I'm putting it in white folks' mouth. If America could have the courage to say what the Germans said, listen, we ask the blacks of the world to forgive us. How many of you got the courage to ask black people to forgive you for killing them wholesale in Africa, in the Isles of the Pacific, for killing the Native Americans, and for bringing our fathers into slavery, into the Black Holocaust? How many are willing to ask us to forgive them? Listen, and we ask especially the black people of America to forgive us for the hypocrisy. See, we want integration. Lie. This is all hypocrisy. No real meaning to it. We ask you to forgive us for the hypocrisy and the hostility of official United States government policies toward black people. Because it was government official policy to kill all our leaders. Did you know that? Government policy. Yeah. And for the persecution and degradation of our so-called black citizens. We declare our willingness to contribute as much as possible to the healing of mental and physical suffering of the survivors. That's you, black people. And to provide just compensation for material losses. Now, what would that compensation be? Let's see if we can figure it out. 100 million lives lost in the Middle Passage. Figure that out. 300 years of work for nothing. Figure that out. Turning a people inside out, robbing us of name, language, culture, religion, God, and making us so sick mentally that after they struck down involuntary slavery, we became voluntary slaves. Figure that out. Figure that out. Figure out that we died in the American Revolution for America's freedom. Figure that out. Figure it up that we died in the War of 1812, and in the Civil War, 400,000 black soldiers were in the blue and the gray on the side of the North and the South, fighting to preserve a union that didn't give a damn about us. Figure that out. Figure it out. Figure up the lynchings and the night riders. Figure it out. Figure up the land that we got and the land that was taken from us. Figure it out. Figure up World War I. We died and they crushed Germany and they never gave us nothing. World War II, we died in Normandy, in Sicily, in Palermo, in North Africa. We died to beat Germany. We died in Guadalcanal, in the Philippines, in Okinawa. We died at Pearl Harbor. Figure it up. And after the war is over, you rebuilt Germany and you rebuilt Japan. And the black man is here in America, not living in a decent house, without a job, his children destroyed. Figure it out.
Family, now I ask each and every one of you, does that sound like Farrakhan is standing on business? Because the damn show sounds like he's standing on business to me. No matter what anybody may like or dislike about this brother here, this brother has been standing on business since we've known him. So for some no-name scam African bootlick to try to make him a tether, but then ignore all the actual tethers who are actually against our reparations, they sit on our goddamn committees, they come to the damn open mic nights talking all this nonsense about Haitians should be getting reparations too, about Caribbeans getting reparations too. Yeah, no, you ain't gonna do that. And shout out to the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. I've only heard one thing this man said that I didn't like, and I'm gonna be honest with you, it doesn't overweigh all the things that this man has done and said that I did like. So there would never be a day that a scammer who calls himself a Pan-African will be able to turn us and divert our history towards, divert our anger towards one of our own riders. Tether is an action word. Farrakhan has shown us time after time that the goddamn actions of his heart is for foundational Black Americans. Let's be very clear about that. He has never sat here and tried to do what these tethers have been doing in you can look, just Google tethers and goddamn reparations and watch tether after tether after tether run they damn mouth in office and out of it, talking about how reparations isn't necessary. You got your Byron Donalds who don't want to vote for reparations because his mother wouldn't receive it. We're not going to allow you to disrespect anyone who's been a writer for us. Now, family, I'm going to have to play this zesty, moist dude and his dumbass shenanigans. Let's go here.
So instead of reparations, and people get mad at me for saying this, but it's what I believe and it's whatever. So instead of Black Americans fight for reparations, which is not going to happen, by the way. If you do see what's going,
notice the naysayers are always either tethers, bucking coons, or a zesty tether. Sassy as hell.
reparations is never going to be a thing, even if some people think we should have. We're never going to get that. But instead of reparations, how about it be a thing where the American government gives every Black American citizen access to free mental health services?
Or you could just give me my reparations to the people who are owed reparations, because it isn't Black American citizens who are owed reparations. It is foundational Black Americans who are owed reparations. So you can give me my reparations and I can just go and get a psychiatrist. Why wouldn't I do that? Let them go.
Like every Black American has the government paying, because we are taxpayers anyway, the government will pay, and I understand there are companies that do it, but I'm saying as a nation, acknowledging the psychological, spiritual, sexual, and every other way damage that's been imposed on the Black American experience because of slavery is going to, out of the government's own resources, pay for free therapy for therapists of their choice for all Black Americans. That's what I think. So instead of reparations...
You're a dumbass, because the government resources is our resources, you dumbass. Our tax dollars go into the government, and that's what government resources become. Or excuse me, the tax dollars become government resources. So basically, you're saying that we should be paying for our own mental health. No. Foundational Black Americans should be excluded from paying any taxes and given our goddamn check, as well as land, as well as programs like mental health programs, like job training or business training, and business training, not just and business training. All of these programs, yeah, that's why in my reparations bill, not only does it speak about money, but it speaks about a committee that get together to undo any policy that affects us in a negative manner, while replacing it with a positive policy that will affect us in a positive manner, like mental health, like free college, like no goddamn taxes, debt forgiveness. They want to minimize exactly what we get to the very lowest level. Shout out to our sister Empress. She says that's why we are no longer just Black Americans, because you tethers, you can't attach on to FBA, and they're mad they can't do it. Booty popping sissy. Hey, he's in a mirror where whenever Drake comes on with one hand in the air, hey, somebody get my margarita. It's Margs and Barbs night. I wouldn't be surprised if he got a blonde wig in his goddamn closet. Exactly, Cecilia. And specific protections under the law. Absolutely. Shout out to you. Bad said drinking with his pinky up. That is some crazy. That is diabolical. You dancing to Drake with your hand in the air, waving from side to side while drinking a margarita with your pinky up. Oh, wow. That is diabolical. That is diabolical. I don't even know another word to match it. That right there, diabolical, just works so damn good. But family, before we get out of here, you know I can't leave you with the dumbasses. We got to get to some facts. So let's get into the facts. All right, William. You know, it's time for your treat. I said that like my brother's a dog. You ain't no dog, my brother, but it's time for the second treat that I said that I know was in here, as well as our brother Noah. You dig me? Y'all enjoy. Wow, William said, nah, church, when you got money, you're not crazy, just eccentric. Hey, no lies told there. Unless you're Kanye West, then you're crazy. It's you're anti-Semitic, you're all kind of stuff. But let's get into this other one. Let's go here.
So basically, you're saying that, reparations should only go to people who are, descendants of chattel slavery. And I agree. And you said that the Caribbeans, because he's Jamaican and Panamanian, they should, you know, get their own reparations. And that is exactly what they're doing. They have a reparations committee called CARICOM. Now imagine, because they're trying to get their shit back from the crown, from Great Britain. Imagine if me, Love Jones, went to Jamaica, right? Moved to Jamaica on my own free will. Got into their politics, marking Jamaican on every single application. When I went to school, everything was always Jamaican, right? I got into politics. They voted for me. I climbed up the ladder. And then I got into position. And I said, I'm against CARICOM. You want to know why? Because me, Love Jones, an American-born woman, will not benefit. Me, nor my family, nor any other immigrant in Jamaica will benefit. They would try to chop me down with a machete. I don't give a fuck what nobody said. I probably wouldn't even make it out of Jamaica alive. I probably would not make it out of Jamaica alive. They would run me out of their country. You see how they talk crazy about us because of some people that they don't even know, that ain't even fucking us, that was complaining on the resort. Could you imagine if I got in their politics and said that they did not deserve CARICOM and they did not deserve reparations because I wouldn't qualify for it? Could you imagine? I'm glad that we're starting to have a mass awakening and we're starting to see what's going on and we're starting to see the trick bag and we're waking the fuck up. But I mean, now that we're starting to wake up and we're starting to spread the word, we got to do something about this because this is not okay. These people should not be able to represent us. They shouldn't. They just should not, especially if they're biased. Most of them are. Most immigrants that are in office, we're going to talk about the new mayor of New York. We're going to get into that. Immigrant this, immigrant that, immigrant this, immigrant that. That shit is a smack in the face. Spread love is to Brooklyn Way. So basically,
shout out to the sister Love Jones, and I'm glad that you guys are saying what you said and I put it on the screen for a reason. I was in the space with our sister, I think it was like last week or something like that. And this person, this tether came in and told her that she was an ugly woman. She said, you're fat, not ugly. I'm sorry. She said, you're fat. You're fat, you're ugly. And she said something else, right? And so when I got my opportunity to speak, I let the sister know, don't mind that tether. You know, when she said fat, I'm pretty sure she meant pretty hot and tempting. It's understandable. But I then let her know how, you know, I play several of her videos on my broadcast from time to time. And by the way, the men be going off, no, I don't think that you're ugly and I don't think that you're fat, unless you mean PHAT. So she gave her love to all of you, all right? She said, thank you, let them know thank you. So shout out to the sister. Maybe, I don't know, a couple weeks or so, I'll look to see to get her on the broadcast. But I got to give that sister some love. Shout out to her. Now, let's go here.
You want to talk about reparations? We pay reparations. What do you mean you want reparations? Our taxpayer dollars, which are mostly white people paying that, goes to, what is it? Affordable housing, government programs, EBT, scholarships, DEI, you guys getting jobs. Holy shit. Let's take all that, factor in the theft, factor in the crime, factor it in the murders, and then we'll talk about reparations on the show. How about that? You probably won't like that, will you? Because you're not going to like the numbers.
Lock in, fuck niggas. We about to fact check this shit. First, if you fuck with me, check out that podcast.
Now notice, this brother right here, not FBA. You can tell by the accent. But what he's going to say is still on code with FBA. Let's continue.
Let's get it. What the hell are you talking about? I'm not even sure she knows the definition of reparations. Because not only does black people pay taxes, but white people also benefit from these government resources. I mean, 83% of the people who pay $0 in federal tax are white. Nearly 50% of SNAP enrollees are white. And 40% of people on Medicaid are white. Even with housing subsidies, white people benefit more than black people. Research shows that these programs will offer white people cheaper and safer housing compared to black and Latinx people. And who's gonna tell her that white women actually benefit the most when it came to DEI programs? And I'm confused. Why are you attacking black people if Donald Trump is the one that's trying to get $230 million from the government?
You want to talk about reparations? We pay.
Shout out to Empress Lattest. You are petty Pendergrass. She said you can tell by his dry ass hair. Oh, snaps. Oh, shout out to Tampa Bay. She says, "Hey, church, I heard through the grapevine, Rhonda, the brick lady, had the whole courtroom musty than a mug. I wouldn't be surprised at all." Musty in two places. Let that be. Let's go here, family.
If they gave Black Americans or foundational Black Americans reparations today, night, the checks started being printed tonight, what would qualify an African or a Caribbean or anybody that does not fall under the banner of American descendant of slaves or a foundational Black American? What would qualify anybody that doesn't fall under those two distinct groups, those two distinct ethnic groups? What would qualify Africans, Caribbeans, and the UK Blacks to get a piece of the reparations? Because I think a lot of you guys are confused. That's why I'm asking this question. I keep seeing videos of think tanks, right? They're talking about getting reparations from America. But there are people in the think tanks that aren't an American descendant of slaves.
Oh, my brother. She was found guilty. She's doing 90 days in jail. She's going to be on 10 years probation. And she has a 10-year ban on social media. And if she breaks that, then she goes to jail for 10 years. Yeah, it's safe to say that Brick Lady is, she's probably most likely done for. I don't think she's going to be able to stay off the internet, to be honest with you. I don't think she's going to be able to stay off of any social media. She's probably going to try to do it like a ghost page or something like that. Yeah, and she got to pay good. Thank you for bringing that up. She also has to pay back that $43,000. You're absolutely right. But I don't think that she's going to be able to go without getting on a social media platform at any time. Even under a ghost account, they will find out that she's on there. They have their ways. And she's going to get locked the hell up. Shout out to our sister Bad. She said her bed in jail should be made of bricks. Yes, I agree. I agree. She should self-deport. I wouldn't have a problem with that after those 90 days. Get your ass up out of here. And you won't have to worry about social media bans. If I see her online, I'm calling her PO. Hey, I'm calling ICE. Because once she breaks that, I don't think she wasn't born here, so she can actually be deported for a crime. I'll be calling ICE. You call her PO, I call ICE, and we get them to work together. Let's let this brother continue.
Or a foundational Black American. So I'm asking, what would qualify the other Blacks to get reparations from America if you are not a part of Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, or American descendants of slaves, which is the same fucking group of people, right? Now I mess with my brothers, my skin folk, right? But I'm asking a serious question. What qualifies you to be in the conversation? Or if they printed the checks tonight, what qualifies you to even feel like you should get a piece of it? Because your ancestors didn't go through what my ancestors did, right? You would have to take that up with the Jamaican government, the Caribbean government, from whichever little island you're from, right? The Bahamas, wherever. You got to take that up with them in Africa. Black Americans have fought and bled to get to this point, to even have a conversation surrounding reparations. Now, personally, I don't think it's ever going to happen. Let me just make that clear. But what I'm saying is this: there are hundreds of think tanks, hundreds of videos online that you can go look up with people talking about reparations. And there are a lot of non-blacks. When I say non-blacks, I mean non-black Americans talking about receiving reparations from the American government. How the fuck does that even make sense? You're not American. You're not a foundational black American. You're not an American descendant of slave. How are you even in the conversation? I kind of feel like this is a real slippery slope that we should get understood now, okay? Because what if, like I just said, I don't think we're ever getting reparations, but what if they say, fuck it, we're going to give them reparation? What qualifies an African or a Caribbean to get anything? What? From our government?
Now, everything else that he said, I agree with. The fact that he a naysayer, I don't think we're ever going to get reparations. Yeah, that's what you get for thinking. However, I do agree. Nobody else qualifies. And there's nothing in your mind that can make you think that you're qualified to get something that isn't for you. I can't go into anybody's house and just demand the rent. That's not my money. But the landlord can go into your house, not, freely, of course, and ask for the rent that's owed to him. Correct? You all owe us rent. And you're going to pay not just the rent, but the back rent that you guys owe us. Let's be very, very clear about that. And I'm going to be very, very clear when I say this next. And there ain't nothing you can do about it. So just because he don't believe that we're going to get reparations, I'll still give him partial credit like he's one of my students. You'll get partial credit. You'll get partial credit. But you don't get the 100%. You don't get the full credit for this assignment. However, let me take it to another foundational Black American sister who makes it simple and make it plain. Why we're going to get repaired and why we're going to get reparation and why they hate that they're going to have to pay it.
The reason why I know Black Americans will get reparations, hopefully in my lifetime, is because we never stop asking for it. And whenever we start talking about what we deserve, people tell us to shut up. They don't say we don't deserve it. They just tell us to stop talking about it. The way we got anything we got is because we never shut up. How are you going to get something if you don't keep asking for it? I worked with this white girl one time. She was one of them down home, back country white girls who wore like the real camouflage, and she had like a big truck that was on those big tires, and she wore pink and camo and all that. Well, her dad was real, real rich, and she used to call him and ask him for stuff every single day. I mean, the amount that this girl asked for, she never stopped asking. She never stopped asking. I used to listen to her ask every day. He would be like, no, 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 no. And she just would be like, come on, I just want this new truck. Or I just want this. She had a truck and a Camaro. And she had a house that he bought for her. And he didn't want to give it to her. But she kept asking. I mean, she was like, she would never stop. And she got everything she wanted. Because she didn't give up. It was like eventually he just gave it to her so she would stop asking him for it. I mean, she would find something else to ask for, but she just never stopped. And then he would just be like, fine. That's how I know Black Americans going to get reparations. Because the only way you can get it is if you never stop asking. And we've been asking for generations and we ain't going to stop. Not if I got anything to do with it. The reason why I know Black Americans will get reparations.
Exactly. Now, I would add one thing, and I would change the word, one word, because we're not asking, we're demanding. our ancestors was asking. Our brothers and sisters from the civil rights era was asking. The difference between us and why we've gotten so far in such short of time compared to our predecessors, we're not asking, we're demanding. And that demand is going strong from every state to every neighborhood. Foundational Black Americans are getting on code with the message of Foundational Black Americans, which is it's reparations now. And if you don't give us what's owed to us, we will let this whole shit burn down. And now you're seeing Trump in office doing what he do, and the Nabiscos are going crazy because they're losing programs. They're losing their minds as well. You got Democrats all over the place saying just a bunch of buffoonery because they don't know what else to do. That's because we are standing on business and we're not taking no for no damn answer. So, ladies and gentlemen, the price has gone up. It would be starting at $100 trillion. Because if you can say that $50 trillion was taken over a period of 50 years, add 200 plus years to it. And that's what you owe us. With that being said, family and friends, if you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. Also, please click that other link and join the Telegram group so we can combat the whole situation with the shadow banning that PukeTube has been doing. Family, I want to end by saying this. I am not in any way, shape, or form a person who's down in the dumps about this. I'm not a person in any shape or form who is running around here as a naysayer just to be naysaying. I don't say things that I don't mean, and I don't mean things that I don't say. When I say it, I mean it 100-fold. We will be getting reparations without question in this lifetime. And they might hate it, but guess what? They can't stop it. All you're doing is putting the target on your own damn back. And guess what? I used to practice archery. So I have no problem sending these arrows at you. So if I was you, I'd keep my mouth shut and let the foundational Black Americans in this country get what's owed to us. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for being here today. I'd like to thank everybody who's donated, whether by Cash App, Super Chat, or any other form. I want to give each and every one of you my love. And thank you all. Because all your well wishes and all your prayers, Mama Church is home. All the tests came back negative. They figured out what the situation is, and it's being treated now, but it's being treated at home. So much love to each and every one of you. I want to send all my love to each and every one of you. And thank you for all the well wishes, all the prayers. Because we know when the prayers go up, those blessings come down, especially for the chosen people. I'm honored to be able to speak with you guys and be here with you. Because the Most High said, and the Bible said it, when 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, oh, the spirit will be somewhere dwelling. Now just imagine when you got all the FBAs in the Lord's name doing the Lord's work. Oh, that energy is so powerful. That Majora spirit is hitting in ways nobody's going to be able to hit. So I'm honored to be with you guys always. And I mean always. Much love, respect to each and every one of you. Much love and respect to each and every person who's going to catch this on the replay. Thank you to all my mods, my members, and my Patreons. And with that being said, family and friends, I want you to have a beautiful rest of your night. The doors of the church are now closed. Peace.
My grandfather built this country, man. He fought wars for it. And most places he went wouldn't let him sit down and get a cup of coffee. I can't even catch a cab in New York. You know, it doesn't matter how many degrees I get. All you people see is color. Your grandfather was an immigrant. You're American. My grandfather was born here, Duke. And you people still look at me as just another nigga.
I know that the government, whatever, can't stand us black people. He doing everything in the world to make black man be extinct. But I'm going to tell you one thing. Us black people going to survive. So fuck everybody. I'm out.